I'm on the treadmill right now, riding on the know. About it, whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, what I wanna, whoa. Wow, wow, wow. No more mountain,
I got a beef with belief. I think it's just a thief and a way for stupid people to get by. It seems the ones that believe don't really know a thing, and I like the ones better that ask why. When you believe, you take a guess and ignore all the rest of possibilities that you might not be right. Others believe the opposite, so the only thing you get is a bunch of assholes in a dumbass fight.
I believe he's talking about confirmation bias. I believe that's confirmation bias he's speaking of.
I got a beef with belief. I can't get no relief. This retarded function only keeps us down. And if we ever are to grow, we'd accept what we can't know and bury belief deep under the ground. Those that believe they make a pact to ignore any fact that may serve to help people live in peace. So instead they choose a side, then we only have divide. And it's for this reason that I have this beef. I got a beef with belief. I think it's just a thief that robs us of all our intellect. You decide something is real and won't allow appeal, and running highs when others interject. With belief there comes a price, and the deal is never nice. The juice is almost never worth a squeeze. It may get some people by, while so many others cry, and ultimately drown in their own grief. got a beef with belief. I can't get no relief. These ideas that explain all of our fears. We make up things to explain and alleviate our pain when the answer's right between our own
Take the
ears.
fucking bluebird. Yeah,
It's
man.
this belief
Yeah, man.
that holds us back from the only thing we lack, which is an
Well, it's not supposed to
understanding of
repeat,
our
so let's see.
mind. If we could all just agree on what we know to be, then we could celebrate all that we
Doing great,
find.
man. Doing great. Got my
I said
eyes out
if
for the
we
mail
could
space.
just agree
Got my eyes out,
on
bro.
what we know to be,
Got
then
free
there
gifts
would
in the
be
mail
no
today, bro.
need for
Check that.
belief
Check that hit.
and no more beef.
I gotta be careful. I get banded.
And the aliens might stop laughing at their ships.
Hell nah. But yeah, man, a great day. I walked around all day. My wife said she wanted to come. She's like, "Oh, can I come casually talk?" She ate those mushrooms last night from Poppy Carl, the rest of the half that I had on Earth Day. And she was like, "It was terrible from the beginning to the end, blah, 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 blah. Hey, do you mind just casually chatting, whatever?" And she came over because I can't say no, because you say no and you get disinvited next time. So I said, sure. But I had so much to do that she came over and I said, but let me do something real quick. And then I came back and let me do something real quick. And then I came back and I was like, and since you're here, and she's like, well, I'm going to leave as soon as I get my package. I was like, yeah, but since you're here, can you just wait in case, my daughter gets home so I could do something real quick? And boom. Oh, no, no, no. They weren't bad, actually. And then, like she said, she was like, oh, I love the trees. She had conversations. No, she didn't hate it. It was like, it's the same as him saying he hates it, and it's like, well, then why do it again, right? Why do it again, right? Neither one was actually bad. She was just talking about the whole stack of things, the whole stack of information. She forgot to do it Monday and Tuesday last week when she was off. So she got all set on doing it because she, after having the RSO from off grid, came back and was like, "Can I buy RSO?" And I was like, "No." And I was like, "No." I was like, "I thought about giving you one more, but I hate it." And no, you can't buy it. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? So then she was like, "Well, shit." And then she was like, I'm gonna." In her mind, she didn't tell me I'm gonna do those mushrooms. She forgot. So then she was like, okay, well, my next Monday and Tuesday, I'm totally off. And so she's like, so Sunday night, I'm going to walk home, eat them, blah, 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 walk wherever she's living. I don't know. Home, not, but, who cares? Anyways, and so she starts strutting on. She just had this huge bill, politicians and people. It was this big reserved party. And it was a huge bill they left at this bar or restaurant that she works at. I mean, they paid it, or maybe, whatever. Who cares? I don't care about that. She does. Anyways, I'm sure she got tipped somewhere else. But she had this huge bill, so she all this in her head. Oh, I just put all that behind me. I'm gonna start my weekend. I'm taking a walk. Oh, look, nature. Blah blah blah. Before they caught on, she got a. This is. I'll try to straighten her story and make it as tight as can. Before she got on, she got a phone call from her other boss. Hey, can you open this place at 6 a.m. tomorrow? I know you don't normally work on Monday. And she was like, no. She was like, I just did something. Then she told her. Then they start kicking on, and they're like, "Oh, okay. Well, hey, look, I understand." And she's like, "No, no, no. Maybe I can do it, and I'll set some alarms." And rookie business, right? Rookie business saying maybe at 6 a.m. I can help you. Then she keeps walking. Then they do cut on, and then she sees this big glistening splayed animal that her brain tells her is a human before she gets to look. It's just like, oh, there's a huge splayed human. I guess because she thought I could get hit too. So she had her ups and downs. Because the rest of it was her. The premise that was off the entire time is she was trying to tell herself, if I could just go to sleep now, I'll be fine in the morning. But she knew she was escalating and there was no way to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So that's really the premise of her struggle. But no, she said she did some good mental work. I was like, well, you definitely don't want it next time, do you? And she's like, no, actually, I do. So she did some mental work, sweeping corners. She said, yes, I did. I was preoccupied with other things. I kept saying, how come, my brain won't shut off, and then telling it to shut off, which is double speak. And then she was like, well, I couldn't understand language. I was like, good, good. That's where you needed to be. That's where you need to be again. And guess what? Again, because you need to face that shit. It was real simple. But it's just the whole premise. She was just like, well, if I just go to sleep, I'll make it. Of course, the end of that conversation, and you always lose this fucking argument with yourself. But the end of that conversation is, I've made it so far. Why don't I just stay up? Everybody tries to lie. Why don't I just? And it never works. What up, kid? So she fell asleep exactly when she had that thought. I don't know if she was sleeping under a bridge. I just don't know. But that's what she got. And she wants to come back. So it was as bad as she said. Eh? But yeah, I couldn't do anything because I had all this planned. Oh, you just want to have some chit chat now? That you're actually, she was still feeling effects today. Positive, pleasant effects. That's probably why she looked back and said, oh, yeah. But, the trees were nice, and sometimes this and sometimes that. Well, you said sometimes, but no, she was like, this was nice, some of this, some of that. And so she was able to see that because she was still having effects today that were more just visual. And they didn't start with, as soon as I had a visual effect, I see a splayed animal, and my brain tells me it's one of us, or one of me, more importantly. Trust me, more importantly, one of me. Because she did almost get hit some few days ago, and it was literally on purpose. And it was one of those things where people, they around here, who knows who gives these kids these fucking cards, but they treat them like toys, and they treat humans and animals and dangers as NPC. So she also had that in her mind. Sly Stone passed. He was one of the best. His family, yo. Sly and the Family Stone. Cheers, man. My tribute. I'll play that for you. You know what I mean? I'm not you, Sly, but slap back. I love you. Oh, man. Well, rest in peace. Rest in peace. 82. 82 years young, huh? Sometimes you bridge and sometimes you don't. Yeah, I don't know. She's up there in whateverville, man. Train tracks. Train tracks. Yo, Frank, who? Is that Sly Stone's real name? I never knew, brother. Or is that a relative like his son? Or is that O'Banion, bro? My thoughts go out all the way around, but is that Sly Stone's relative? Or is that Sly's name, bro? I don't even know. If it's Frankie O'Banion as well. Oh, Frank Stallone. No, it's not. It's not Sylvester Stallone. It's Sly Stone, dude. He's a bass player. Sly and the Family Stone. Like I don't know what do they do. Get down on it, get down on it. I think that's them. But it's like burn, burn, burn. He was a real like elastic bass band, bass band player. Not Frank Stallone, bro. Sly Stone. So Sly Stone and the Family Stone, musician from the later funk and R&B era, like pretty smooth for a funk band. They're not a hard funk band. Not a hard funk band. Something the olders can enjoy. You know what I mean? You want to get me higher? There you go. Oh, that's one of their songs. There you go, bro. Thank you, Brian. Yo, Space Monkey. Yeah, check it out, man. Sly and the Family Stone. I understand why you're worried about Frank Stallone, but hey, hey, I think Sylvester's doing okay, man. They're working on shit. Different Sly. A different Sly bastard. This one, Brian, as you know, is more unique for being a bass playing leader, right? Rick James, Sly Stone. You got a couple of John Entwistle like solos, right? Like so, bass players don't always get to be in the front. Kip Winger, Kip Winger was a big bass player as a player for like Alice Cooper band, blah blah blah, and all that. When he did his lead, you see what he did. But anyway, that was a total sellout move, man. That all got some Hello Tushy fume on it, Mike. Oh no, we're not gonna leave Frank out, man. Nobody's counting Frank out. It's better to hire Frank than it is Sylvester, you know. That's the way to win, man. You don't want Johnny Depp. Where's Skeet Ulrich at? Call up Skeet Ulrich. Find him. Make a fake Johnny Depp right underneath. Make Dead Man 2. Call it like a semi-conscious man. Wounded man. Wounded man takes a journey and make it all like pseudo pseudo offensive native and stuff, Make it like black metal native. Just call it, he's not dead man, but he's just unconscious man. Wounded man. Wounded man is probably the best. Come and get my peach rings. I don't remember how I wrote it. I got to look at my 14 highlights from when I was on those gummies. Oh, shit. You know what I was going to say. Holy shit. Back to the hood. Yeah, part two, you have to go to an exotic location, right? So, yeah, I do have Leprechaun in the Hood part two, Back to the Hood. I do have that. Of course. I have every Leprechaun sequel you could ever watch. Something I've always liked is short people. If you catch my drift. I've always liked that, man. I always said, like a Joe C. You got a little mini character there, like a Joe C, right? Yeah, of course he has to walk in front. Yeah, of course. But you're going to feed Joe C. I mean, he passed away, but he was seriously funny, dude. Joe C was hilarious. He lived that short life. He didn't know he didn't know precision, but he could recognize it when he saw it, I guess. Oh yeah, it is a classic. Yeah, they're both good, man. My favorite thing in the whole thing is when like old school Ice T pulls it out of his afro. He pulls that whole Billy Club out of his afro and shit. I've been known to do such. Pull something out of there, man. Pull something out of there, man. You guys saw the Golden Child, and if you didn't, you should. But I got one of those weapons like Monkey Man. You can pull that right out of your hairdo. That's the real classic right there. I want the knife. You saw who stole that, right? I want the knife. And purge me, brother. Dear brother Numse. I love your people. It's beautiful and ignorant. Beautiful, ignorant. Yeah, the guy, man, this is a Korean guy, and he grew up in the cinema before he moved to the U.S. Mercury Rising with Bruce Willis. No, dude. But I saw two movies today that had the same name, man. And I won't even admit that because maybe I'm fucking crazy and I watched one movie and thought I was seeing two until I recover. Marijuana affects the memory. Nah, man, I haven't seen that. That would be cool. All right, now that I'm here, man, I should be playing Jimmy music. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So let me see. There's some things here. Oh yeah, here. I never played this Here's a Danny Thompson, When Worlds Collide. I don't think I played this on here, man. Let me go ahead and spin that for.
Well, I was cruising stars last Saturday night, just looking for a place to land. I found a red hot band with a swinging little club and straight up rockin' band. Well, the drums were pounding the bass, he was walking in, the guitar man was on. I got a cute little marshmallow.
Oh shit. Space Monkey Man, I gotta catch up soon and send you some shit back. Here. Space Monkey, he needs to get my customized voodoo zipper, man. He needs my customized voodoo zipper. I gotta put that in it, man, like a minute. He'll get a tooth, man, maybe. I guess only pain in life, man. Only pain in life. Look what I got today. Something I really needed, man. A Stop Hello Mary gift with a thank you note. A Stop Hello Mary later. Bam! That's the only pain I've ever known, brother. But my baby's coming, my tiny tooth, because it's withered away. It's not a baby. But that's the one that needs to go in that shit. That's the one that'll be on my mind. Piece of shit. I wish I was high enough on mushrooms. I'd pull it out. I couldn't do it with the gummies the other day. There wasn't enough pain relief. But I will, man. And the other ones, you know, like this one. No free. P, and T. You put in the teeth and then the teeth. Look at that surface area. Look at that killer. Look at that killer, man. All right, see, there's no auto repeat. So that's cool. I don't have to freak out as much. Here's the newest Jimmy.
Love gonna get you out of trouble. You're gonna need love on the double. He's a man and he'll do anything he can for you. Mr. Love, won't you come save me? I'm walking on a wire over Babylon. No net to fall on. Love gonna stand under the wire to catch me when I fall.
So please do check the proper YouTube live that I did that was the unboxing, because it was a gift, you know, it was a thank you gift. Hopefully not an I'm sorry gift, because, you know, I did get banned when I did a crappy review, but I addressed the issues that are apparently, you know, yeah.
Mr. Love, he saved me. Call him and you will be free. Now only you can save yourself.
Yo, man, I'm happy to hear that. I hope Jimmy comes up and, you know what he said to me? He said, Space Monkey, he needs to know how to get me onto one of those, clip farms, man. He's fucking with his Kelly. Listen to this boy. He's so happy. now that the loop is off, I feel so much more comfort because I was all like, "Hey, Danny, I might cut your song short even when I'm talking to you because." And we couldn't because he's got little things at the end, little Easter eggs, But yeah, Jimmy's kicking ass here. And I'm going to cut him off because I'm going to prove that that's okay too. Another Jimmy track. I like his guitar in this. He sounds like Kid Rock, which is fun.
On the first day, it's nice to be getting away. And if I get to bed early, it'll be okay. Sweating it out ain't so hard anymore because I've done this thing a million times before. They tell me hard to do until quitting time. I ain't thinking about drinking, I should be just fine. I just don't know what to do with my time. I guess I'll play guitar and try to stay dry. And then I wake up on the third day, and that's the worst day. Because I feel
Yeah, he really only has one other partner. A dude named Spider will occasionally play violin for him. If he wants to soft fiddle. So here you go, listen. I love his riff. He knows this is me. He's playing this bass, he's thinking of me.
but there's nothing that's gonna stop me. And 8 becomes 12 and 12 becomes 24. And even if I had 100, I'd still want more. Cause it's the third day, and that's the worst day.
It's just a room in his house.
Yeah, it's the third day, and that's the worst day. Cause I'm thirsty. Now I can't remember shit or why I ever tried to quit. But I got a couple days, so I'll take what I can get. Just when I think it ends and the real fight begins in the worst way. I started getting in my head, started wishing I was dead. Thinking about the past and all the things I did.
And this, like, I say it like kind of comically, but I say he comes back with this fucking, seriously, it's like Kid Rock, it's like radio, guitar. And he's not a guitar player. That's why he's loving this fucking telly. He's like, yo, this instrument is awesome. And he's starting to do all this bark, the screeching house shit. But listen, he literally does like total radio guitar here. And like, this is new for him. And this is like maybe 3 months ago published, Now here we go. Listen to this Kid Rock.
Yeah, it's the third day, and that's the worst day. Cause I'm thirsty.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
And I made my little trip down to the store. Buy my bottle, I don't care anymore. It may not be the right thing, but there's nothing that's gonna stop me. And 8 becomes 12 and 12 becomes 24. And even if I had 100, I'd still want more. Cause it's the third day, and that's the worst day. Cause I'm thirsty.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. He cares, He loves music. That's what it's about. He's trying his best. He's doing it himself. B.O.P. too. I started myself. I brought it to him. I said, "You gonna play drums next time?" He said, "Fuck yeah." He said, "Thank you, man, for sharing your fucking hidden talent or whatever." He's a good man. And he cares about art like many people I've never met. And like, so I always joke with him. I was like, "Oh, you're well cultured because you saw that late night cable movie, And I was like, that is culture these days. I used to shake him down, I was like, that is culture. Like, if you're keeping up with Rutger Hauer and fucking Cynthia Rothrock, that is culture right now. Take it away, Jimmy. That's Spider. Spider Fiddle.
I grew up in a safe place where nobody feared a thing.
Yeah, and saying that we have that like sort of up to culture thing, it's been super helpful because he'll struggle with something real personal and specific, and I'll be like, dude, I know what you need to do. You need to listen to such and such. You need to watch this. And he has the same back catalog of language. I have to do it with my wife. She was talking about the voices in her head, and I was like, yo, and she's like, who you calling? And I was like, you'll find out. And I just looked up a song, and she was like, yeah, exactly. And I was like, so there you go, we support each other and hold each other up, with the understanding of the language of what Jimmy was, which is poetry. Jimmy was a child poet that became a drummer and ended up with a juggle words. But nobody wanted to read his stories and hear him play with drums either, and now he does every fucking thing. That's called dedication.
Cause I did what had to be done.
And I just need 2 more McChickens per week. I'm lacking 2.
I hit out with some people that I thought were friends of mine. And I knew that God would never forgive me for my sin. And that it was only a matter of time before someone turned me in. That's the night I picked up my daddy's gun. That's when my life went to hell and I began to run. From then on my life would never be the same, but it's okay. Cause I did what
Oh wow, that's cool, Space Monkey dude. My voice is much better than my face. I could definitely lend something to you. And I could definitely donate bumper music, right? I mean donate, Not a commercial interest, bro. You spoiled me, bro. Already. Oh shit. I thought I had Rose the Last OCD, but I think I have one more. The other one was on my unboxing, man. Check that out, because if my channel gets banned, that's going to be another epic. I got a special request. This is going out to Space Monkey. Everybody, take that fucking blueberry out of your ear and listen. I will put it to your ear.
Take that fucking blueberry out of your ear and listen. Alright? You stupid kids, you. You don't understand anything today. Burn your fucking SIM cards. You don't need them.
Keep working at it, Space Monkey. Keep working at it, man. Now, when July rolls up here, it's 2 years. It's 2 years. Well, no, it's not really 2 years since I've been live. It took a while. It's July, October, whatever. Oh, I can make up. Yeah, I know, but I can make up. I can actually write them. Space Monkey, to be much funnier. If you remember the. Well, I mean, if you've been notified of, because you don't remember, and basically I don't either, but, what do they call that? The National Lampoon Radio Hour. I can write actual funny little, parody commercials proper. I know I'm not going to throw out my best material with no pay. Like I said, today, man, I might get fucking banned again for sharing what I shared, right? But I also put it out there so I don't work for that company, and they gave me a thank you gift. If they do want me to work for them, we got to work on a 2-month situation. We got to work on something for real, because I didn't sign for it, but I will. Because there's nothing like having a good Hello Tushy fume behind you, and the support. The support of a good diaper, a good, stock full of luxury diaper. Those are nice. Satya, like the Agarbah. A nice Satya luxury diaper, it's pillowy, free delivery, and free removal of your old diaper. I love the removal of old diapers function. It's not like Netflix where it's just a one-for-one swap. You can literally stack them up until the cows come home. And they'll bring a new one, and it's vacuum packed. All you got to do is unseal it, sit on it, and there's built-in fasteners already on it. You don't need any pins, and it's fairly self-explanatory. Yikes! Just kidding. Anyways, hey Jimmy, you know what?
It's time to go back home. I hope that I can have just one more dream.
Jimmy, I don't really think you're welcome here anymore, man. You always end up at the trash can asking for ass, or at the gas can asking for trash. You're always at the crack house sucking on a hole, or at the whole house sucking on a crack pipe. Jimmy, you're just not welcome around here.
And when I say my name, they say, son, we know your game. And I say, you must be thinking of my brother Bill. Well, if you say so, Jim, but you sure do look like him. And he ain't welcome around here anymore. He's always getting drunk, he's a liar, he's a punk. And if he ain't alone, he's with some dirty whore. Run, 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 Billy's having fun. Ruins everything just for a thrill. I know we look the same, but I swear by my good name, it wasn't me, it was my bad brother Bill. Well, you two are quite a pair, same eye, same color hair, but you don't act like that Bill at all. He's as mean as a bull, and if that bathroom there is full, he just turns around and goes right on the wall. Run, 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 Billy's having fun, ruins everything just for a thrill. I know we look the same, but I swear by my good name, it wasn't me, it was my bad brother Bill.
Yo, Y-O, Kev. How you doing, Kev? Good.
Well, Jim, I trust you and I believe your story's true. That brother Bill of yours ain't worth a dime. One thing I can't understand is as long as I've known the man, I ain't never seen you and him at the same time. Run, 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 Billy's having fun. Ruins everything just for a thrill. I know we look the same, but I swear by my good name, it wasn't me, it was my bad brother Bill. I know we look the same, but I swear my mother's grave, it wasn't me, it was my bad brother Bill.
Heck yeah, Kev, man, I put in the join-in link in case you're around there to do that. I have had some new songs to hear. Hey, I don't think that Kev has heard Mr. Love. I hope it's okay with Space Monkey. I gotta play it again, man. Hey, what's up, Mr. Six? We're listening to Mr. L.O.V. L.O.V. by Jimmy.
Gonna get you out of trouble. You're gonna need love on the double. He's a man and he'll do anything he can for you. Mr. Love, won't you come save me?
Yeah, because he just got the telecaster test. You'll see when he gets to do his helicopter full chords, and when he goes and he gets to walk. He's just a kid with a
under
delicious
the
lollipop,
wire
you know, a
to
kid with
catch
a
me
comically
when
small hat
I
and a big ass
fall.
lollipop. You know, he's just loving his fucking instrument. Just like my darling daughter is going to love because now she wants to flout in the school so that she can be all flouted to play and say, I tell her at home.
Love ain't gonna go acting funny. Love ain't gonna take all your money. Mr. Love, he saved me. Call him and you will be free. Now only you can save yourself.
And it literally is his exuberance, you know. I'll prove it. So on Easter, he dropped a spiritual song, you know. So it's really just his exuberance of the new beautiful instrument that he gets to fuck with. And one day he wants to come talk about all of his instruments. And he told me what the total was. And I said, well, 870 of that was your Gretsch. Your Gretsch. Real cool drum shit. And he was like, you're totally right, you know. So, but yeah. Now, Jimmy sent me a weird outtake back in the day.
Love gonna get
I guess
you
I should
out
play
of
that.
trouble.
Let
You're
me play
gonna
his
need
Easter
love
song.
on the double. He's a man and he'll do anything he can for you. Mr. Love, won't you come save me? Save me. Only love can save you now.
He's doing all that weird shit.
If life
Jimmy's
got
Easter
you feeling
song.
like you lost your way, maybe time to get down on your knees and pray. And even if you feel like you are wrought with sin, join the club. Join the club. You'll be welcome in. Now you might not be able to say he is real, but let me tell you, brother, we know how you feel. Your sins brought you down upon your knees again. So join the club. Join the club. He will let you in. Join the club. Join the club. And cast away your doubt. Join the club. Join the club. Hear all the angels shout if you've been led astray by those who call your friends. Join the club. Join the club. We will let you in.
Yeah, there's a secret reason, Kev. That's a really old song. You know how some of these stupid rockers, they always have that same song they play
Now
for
you
like
might
20 years
feel
where they
alone
keep
and
tweaking
have
it.
nowhere to go.
In Jimmy's case, it's a little bit different. He didn't have control of it. So, gosh, I want to say in 2000, literally 2002 or 2003, Mr. Love, this song, right? It's about the lawyer that many of us used. Russell, Jimmy, fucking Dan, me.
Naomi, like a bunch of us used that same lawyer. And oh wait, Russell's cousin and Andy, a bunch of us used that same lawyer. His name happens to be James Love the Third, I believe. Anyways, his name is Mr. Love. So Jimmy wrote that, or he wrote the song in the poetry sense. He wrote the words, and he was the drummer, and he had he had implements in that band because it was like a festival jam band type thing. So he had things like bike horns on, and like wood blocks, and he would do all that shit. So the Mr. Love song that ended up being through everybody of the rhythmic variety, the rest of the band, that wrote around Jimmy, it ended up being like a 2.5 chord song. It's basically like a 2 chord jam, actually. Boom, 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 dun, 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 boom, 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 boom. So it used to be like a rock steady song. But really, boom, 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 boom. So it's a two chord song. But when Jimmy was working and learning his chords, he was writing 4 chord songs. So when he was working with Mr. Love, he just brought in his extra. Boom. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. So he made it a 4 chord song. Yeah, but it wasn't like that originally. Minnie is so upset. Minnie thinks I said something about him having clay smear on his bing hole and shit. I don't know anything about that. If anybody wants to see Minnie dancing around, if anybody wants to see Jimmy, or if anybody wants to see Jimmy dancing around, no, Minnie dancing around in his birthday suit, just watch his birthday stream. Does that have anything to do with what I said? No. What's going on here is Burger Boy, right? He probably nailed me with something I couldn't see, and he was nice at the whole time. And then Minnie's like, "Be careful of Burger Boy." Yeah, Minnie, I'm careful of every boy. You know what I mean? So, Captain Beefheart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was sitting in the, I was working with one of my hard jobs, and I was doing this like Captain Beefheart. Like I remember some of the way he was talking. So we had a thing in the masonry industry. It's called froggy brick that you have to put like a heat resistant froggy brick in people's um, chimneys and shit, or additions. You have to have heat resistant brick here and there, especially for a chimney or whatever. So I used to harass like other masonry people, and I would grab them. I would be like, because I would be like him, like Captain Beefheart. I'd pick it up, froggy brick, froggy brick, froggy, and animal juice, froggy brick. Hey. And I would start throwing out like that kind of fucking bebop poetry, or whatever they call it, beatnik poetry, I guess. Froggy brick, froggy, and animal juice. Drink a Mountain Dew, froggy brick, froggy. Yeah. Beat poetry, man. Beat it out of existence. But yeah, Jimmy is awesome, man. Let's see what else Jimmy has to say. He says, uh, nothing, man. No, I wrote this, so oh yeah, he did write the lyrics, didn't he? All right, here we go. I wrote the song. He wrote the lyrics. He can.
Here gets me flexing on my. Yeah, good job, Jimmy. Actually, that song was originally called "Fuck the Bass" because the bass player didn't show up, or I was supposed to play bass. I don't remember. I don't remember. But here's me and me and me, me, me. Jimmy wrote the lyrics, I wrote the music. Ain't that one, so Jimmy wrote the music. This is all music. Jimmy's got many faces. He's multifaceted. Back on to a new jingle.
I got a beef with belief.
He's enjoying the telly
I
right
think
here.
it's just a thief and a way for stupid people to get by. It seems the ones that believe don't really know a thing, and I like the ones better that ask why. When you believe, take a guess and ignore all the rest of possibilities that you might not be right. Others believe the opposite, so the only thing you get is a bunch of assholes.
I'm gonna press
and
pause.
dumbass.
Jimmy, respect to you, man. I hope when I press play it starts over. Because you just started me on the real conversation, Kev. So my uncle, right? My uncle, he's not even related. But my uncle, right? He's always been a carny. So, I've always been a carny. Started at 8 years old, doing just making fucking candy floss for people and, getting your hands all cut up and getting your arms all cut up. Anyways, he's a sound man and his real job is doing that. But he's done everything else too. He's a sound man. That's his real job and everything. So he has always said that the secret about country music is there's no musician who likes country music, but the crowd does. So they just do it. It's a job. They just do it. And the only proof, I guess, in the real world is what my wife calls hick hop. She says, look at how they do all this country fucking hip hop now. Hick hop. So musicians do not like country, but the audience does. That's the thing. I always say it doesn't matter what your scam is. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't care what your gimmick is or whatever, but I always say check the musicians' B-sides and shit because they all really do like music. So they make fantastic, tracks here and there. All right, I'm going to pull something like Love Shop. Yep, this is from a totally different band, but they donated it to me and you can listen, eh? This band is deaf on the radio. I don't even know if they exist. They had problems. Everybody, cheers, everybody. Roll one up, man. Roll one up. Okay. Roll one up in a second. I had to make sure that it was so good. I think that was right. Okay.
Get a love shot. Let your love shot. Get a love shot. Shot.
Damn it. Oh, excuse me, man.
When you got to go away, stay by my side. But you need
Probably
a
gonna get a
place
real
to
high off the
go.
one part, eh?
Stay by my
You
side.
do it in my one
When you
part.
need a place to go, I'll stay by your side. 'Cause you got nowhere to go.
He calls it kick
Come
off,
on and
man.
stay
Kick off.
by my side. Get a love
Alright,
shot.
so the Danny Thompson song, Nothing Left to Do, when he wrote it, nothing left to do but
Get a love shot.
die. And then when he shared the story and he said, he softened it up to cry, but it still means the same thing, so take that. Yeah, they were working on new wave shit. They broke up. They broke up.
How much more can one heart break? How many tears?
They had a good singer and they had personal problems as they said, oh. But she also was like one of those American Idol contestants, so they could use that for a while. She's a fucking killer singer. But yes, she is doing the Susie Blondie, first wave new wave. Adam and brother, I'll be that bass player, I know how to do first wave, brother.
When I close my eyes, there's nothing left to do but cry. I've lost everything in my life that was good. I've given more than one man should. All that is left is nothing but your lies.
I'll play a couple more of those tracks, okay?
Left to do.
So the deal is, it's because I have them from their bass player, you know what I'm saying? It didn't survive, but he's a dude who really survived.
Can one man
He's not getting the
take?
accolades.
How much more can one heart break? How much rain can fall from the skies? There's nothing left to do but cry. Yeah, there's nothing left for me to do but cry.
Yeah, it's very new wave part one. Here's another track. Here's another one. Check it out. Very much spooky. Yo, I got a really weird Jimmy one next, I swear to you. I have a really weird Jimmy track next. Another dude you used to play with.
And I know you're big and strong, but I'll be about to let it go now. I say when the sun, yeah, I call it shots, baby, I say you win. I say you win. I say when the sun, yeah, I call the shots, I say you win. I say you win.
Yo, Ted, if you can tell me, how do you even know that fucking Minnie's that mad at me? Okay, here's a rare Jimmy track. How do you even know that Minnie's that mad at me? Shit, what I do? There you go, Jimmy.
Hey Joe, fucker, call me. This is Raj. It's very important. If you get to 1 o'clock, still call. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you run down it. That's Jimmy's drum. That's Jimmy's drums right there. Okay, wait.
Let's see. Wait. Oh, wait. Is that Jimmy's drums? No, it's not. But is this Jimmy's drums? Yes, it is. Jimmy's drums. So we did have Jimmy play on that and all the rest of our lost tracks. But anyways, the way that we did it was demoing ourselves first and asking him in. So like this, like Jimmy said, yeah, I'll join this fucking shit.
This is all I could do with 2 hands myself, bro, and a wife, 2 hands and a wife. But he said, fuck yeah, I'll join him. So I dropped guitar in the chorus all day.
You can't go, take me off your path. There's bone chilling there on my face. You're gonna feel my wrath. I do what I want. There are few things that I love.
So yeah, I dropped guitar and I played all bass in that chorus. So my short on my backup channel is so funny because I played what that chorus would have been in guitar, but I've never played that in my life, and I didn't know until after I fucking made.
I simply turned around to find myself in town on a road I'd walk that never seemed to end. Dream, Lord, I love to dream. There's people there and things I never seen. And when it's time to go off to where that I had knew how all the while. And when I had arose from my golden slumber doze, my frowning face had turned into a smile. Dream, dream, Lord, I love to dream. There's people there and things I never seen. And when he sees it's best that it's time for me to rest, I hope that I can have just one more dream. And when I was a boy, playing there with my toys, I dreamt one day being a millionaire. I'd have all kinds of cars, a bunch of drum sets and guitars, and I'd marry Christy with the long blonde hair. Dream, dream, Lord, I love to dream. There's people there and things I never seen. When my spirit roams and it's time to go back home, I hope that I can have just one more dream. Dream, dream, Lord, I love to dream. There's people there and things I never seen. And when my time is high and it's time to say goodbye, I hope that I can have just one more dream. I hope that I can have just one more dream.
Yep, that's how Jimmy does it now. Let's listen to Dr. Danny Roadkill real quick.
I was lying in my bed, just staring into space, when I felt an icy chill fall upon my face. The wind began to howl and the house began to creak, and then to my amazement something crawled beneath the sheets. The smell of cheap perfume began to fill the air as a cold and clammy hand took off my underwear. Long silky hair seemed to brush against my thighs. The next thing that I knew, my little soul just started to rise. I'm getting head from the dead. I don't know how it happened, but I'm sure glad that it did. I'm getting head from the dead. She's a hooker killed by Jack the Ripper, at least that's what she said. I'm getting head from the dead. I'm getting head from the dead. The next day I awoke in a puddle of cold sweat. Was last night for real or just a dream? I can't forget. It was more like a nightmare filled with pleasure giving pain. As soon as I got off, she started sucking on my brain. I'm getting head from the dead. I don't know why it happened, but I'm sure glad that it did. I'm getting head from the dead. She's a hooker killed by Jack the Ripper, at least that's what she said. I'm getting head from the dead. I'm getting head from the dead. I'm getting head from the dead. I don't know how it happened, but I'm sure glad that it did. I'm getting head.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I guess, I have to say this. I guess Danny and his wife, they've been married for about 12 years, and when she was having some down times, man, he wrote From My Heart for her. And so let me find that. Okay. This is from Danny to Sandy, Sandy, his wife. Happy anniversary, Danny. I love you, bro. Happy Father's Day. You don't have to have kids.
Someone might take you from my arms, but no one's gonna take you from my heart. Well, I know there's nothing I can do to stop you, and I'll pine for you every second we're apart. It wasn't me that put those thoughts inside your head. It was you that chose to walk away instead. Someone else may be the one to take you from my arms, but no one's gonna take you from my heart. I fell in love with you when I was just a child, much too young to ever comprehend. I can't recall the first day that I met you, but I knew that day my love would never end. So please think about all the years that we've been through. Don't put us under a love you know to be true. Just know that if someone ever takes you in their arms, no one's ever gonna take you from my heart. So please think about all the years that we've been through. Don't put us under a love you know to be true. Just know that if someone ever takes you in their arms, no one's ever gonna take you from my heart. No one's ever gonna take you from my heart.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah, man. Those end of the song wraparounds are the reason I don't want to ever leave it early, right? Here we go, Jimmy. One more Jimmy song, Daddy's Gun.
I grew up in a safe place where nobody feared a thing. Young boys would have their share of fights, and girls would have their flings. But everything went wrong that night. A stranger came to town and ran off with my woman. That's when I put my foot down. clear across the county line. I hid out with some people that I thought were friends of mine. And I knew that God would never forgive me for my sin. And that it was only a matter of time before someone turned me in. That's the night I picked up my daddy's gun. That's when my life went to hell and I began to run. From then on my life would never be the same, but it's okay, 'cause I did what had to be done.
Let me see what I can do.
Now here I sit in this prison cell on death row. The guard has brought my last meal, soon it will be time to go. Now thinking back I realize that it was only right. And I smile at how I shot that girl on that dark and fateful night. That's the night I picked up my daddy's gun. That's when my life went to hell and I began to run. From then on my life would never be the same, but it's okay, 'cause I did what had to be done. That's the night I picked up my daddy's gun. That's when my life went to hell and I began to run. From then on my life would never be the same, but it's okay, 'cause I did what had to be done.
Well, heck yeah, Jimmy, man. Thanks for the song, brother. All right. I shared that link around a little bit. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me now? All right. Let's go back to media assets. What is this one?
You and me and I'm a lady. I turn you to ice by your mind. I don't want you to be your hit of my time. I say when the storm, yeah, I call the shots, baby. I say you win. I say you win. I say when the storm, yeah, I call the shots. I say you win. I say you win. Well, you look plenty of good to me. You got plenty of energy. And I know you're big and strong. But I'll be about to let it go now. I say when the sun, yeah, I call the shots, baby. I say you win. I say you win. I say when the sun, yeah, I call the shots. I say you win. I say you win.
What's up, off grid?
Mother's little helper just needs some McChickens.
I just need a couple more, man. I just need they're expensive now. They're like $8 each, right? So I just need $14 a week, 1.5.
Too much money. You're right.
Yeah. How you doing, off grid?
Oh, good. Oh, good. We're doing good. How you doing?
Pretty
See if we
good,
can
man.
go real big.
Whoop. Oh, you went sideways. Oh. Hold on. I'll put smooth keys back on. Oh no, outboxing here, outboxing. So Cosmic Orphan's coming in. What do you think about this? Hey,
Yeah.
Cosmic.
What do you say, off grid?
Well, I just got up from a nap. And, you know, it's part of getting old. I guess sometimes you just need naps. And I think I got about 3 hours.
That's awesome, dude. I love a good power nap.
Yeah, my
Hey, Cosmic.
Neck's been hurting.
How you doing, Cosmic? How you doing, my man?
Good, brother. How about you?
Hey, look, I packed up your package off grid with the tapes in it, right? And then I was like, well, fuck it. I'm going to throw some of my pumpkin seeds. So I stuck them up in there, And then I was like, they're going to get me. They're going to say it's not medium mail, but they sent it out. So Monday. But, they love to get me because if they send it back to my house, I have to pay again to ship it out, So they love to catch me on well, media is not VHS tapes, a book, and a handkerchief. That's what they love to, or a sticker. They love to get me on that. And I was like, well, a sticker is media. You have to read it.
Yeah.
What's up, Cosmic Man?
You guys, man, what's up with y'all?
I don't know. Off grid have people been circling around, the shark trucks, the rippers, general or whatever, just looking.
It might have been a female telling another female about me yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Like,
So
hey,
it's just the Kevin Costner trap.
Let's hear all the juicy details here.
No details. No.
Right. Either way, he had to take a nap. That's all I can say. I don't know what happened.
Did you smoke a cigarette afterwards?
Yo, what's up, Vin?
I quit smoking back in 2016.
That's good. Yeah,
yep, and no weed either. No weed.
That's a dead end road. Smoking cigarettes is.
Yeah.
So what's the latest? Nothing.
I mean, other than the plants are growing great.
Right. Yeah, there's 10,000 things going on, but again, right now you put in a first ring of training. What do you call that? Like a rack or
cage? A cage. It's got
okay.
it's 2x4 inch mesh wire fencing. It has 2x4 inch holes in it, and just wrapped those around them and made cages. Not real big ones.
I think we see that a lot with tomatoes. Right? They do that with tomatoes, right?
Oh yeah, always cages. Yeah, more support's going to yield more flowers.
Yes, and you were talking about how that means that when the wind blows, the stem doesn't have to, which means the roots get to stay stable, right?
Yeah, you can see it right away as soon as you put the cages on day one. The plants would be out there rocking back and forth in the wind. You'd be watching. There'd be like a little gap between the dirt and the stalk from where it had been rocking. And as soon as you put the cage on, that the stem is not rocking back and forth no more. It's just the branches moving then, and the stalk doesn't move then.
Because I didn't think Cosmic was asking about the laundry, but I'm sure your laundry is progressing as well.
Your laundry.
Well, we can always see the washing machine behind you.
I'm hiding it.
It's right behind you.
Bring it out of the closet there. Bring that washer out of the closet.
Oh boy, we need to get him the one that does the dryer section next, right? In the same. Yeah, there you go. Cosmic is full stage.
Oh,
How you doing,
well,
Cosmic?
I'm not bad for old man. How about y'all?
Pretty good.
Pretty
Pretty
good.
good. How you doing, Alfred?
I mean, I'm living the life of a semi-retired young man, right? So I'm living the dream.
That's awesome, dude. How many plants are you growing?
Six. That's what
Six.
they let us do here, unless you got two adults in a household, then you could do 12.
That's pretty cool. What kind of weight do you get out of that at the end of the season?
Mm. Last year, the biggest plant was 6.3 pounds.
Wow.
And then the next one after that was 4.6, and then it was a 2-pounder, and then a 1-pounder, and a half-pounder, and a half-pounder.
That's pretty good, man.
But this year, we're hoping to keep them all more consistent. We're shooting for 3 to 4 pounds a piece.
That's pretty.
But the way it
Yep.
looks, it might end up bigger than that if Mother Nature, everything cooperates.
That's awesome. Do you do like? How do you water them? Do you drip irrigate them, or you just what?
I hand water everything because I'm off grid with no running water without using electricity anyway.
I got
Not
Hey.
just that, but every piece of soil that they're sitting in, you brought in, right? So you bring in all the water, you bring in all the soil, you bring in everything to where you're at, right? So
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I mean, whether it's like legacy soil and it's been used in past years or it's new, you brought it in. It's not from the ground, right?
that's pretty wild.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of money on soil over the last 7-8 years here.
So
Yeah, yeah.
what size piece of property you own?
Just have 3/4 of an acre.
That's pretty good.
They're quarter acre. They're like quarter acre lots here, and I got 3 of them side by side.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, awesome.
Yep. I wish they do. I wish
And-
they'd let us do stuff like that in my state, but they don't.
Yeah, 3/4 is
Chiefin,
enough.
I have to address. I'll completely mod you up when I'm on YouTube. I can't do it right now, Chiefin. How you doing?
Yeah, 3/4 is enough of land, that you can't throw a football from one side to the other. That's pretty good.
That's all you need, man.
I can shoot an arrow. That's what I always used to tell. Actually, off grid, like my wife and my best friend, right? They're two different people, so I always have to say it's a legal disclaimer. I do have a wife. I do have a best friend, but she used to live over here, and sometimes she wouldn't show up, and I was like, I could shoot an arrow into your house. Like, you're I literally could shoot an arrow into your window, and you don't show up. But now she moved. What's up, Susan? How you doing, man? Yo, off grid. If you could show, let me see moon magic. I want to see moon magic. If it's okay to go outside.
I found
Moon magic
yesterday.
is-
I didn't find an arrowhead on my hike yesterday, but I found a heart rock.
Oh wow!
I'm always looking for these. It's like a little volcanic rock, just a little piece of basalt, but it all looked like a heart. So I'm always picking those up.
That's pretty
So
cool.
that's
All right, we'll go
basalt,
outside.
BASAUT. I mean ULT. Basalt.
Yeah, BASALT.
There you go. Basalt. Cool.
There you go. Yeah, we're gonna flip my
You
camera.
ever collect geologicals, Cosmic? I just get the ones that like animism, right? The ones that speak to me. I'm like, oh, you're part of the team. I picked those up. Basalt. Yes, thank you, Madame Maru. That's awesome. Remember Madame Maru? Yes, we're right. It's Harrer. Jack Harrer. And I shared a Jack Harrer speech last night. On my I think the community channel here, maybe the second channel. But anyways, like, yo, it's nice to see you, Maru. Is it Maru or Maru 2? I have to ask Steve. Steve.
It's Maruda. Madame Maru is her channel name, but Maruda is her given name.
That
No, he,
helps me. Yeah, that helps me. I needed to know that. She's so helpful. She's kind of like me. She's kind of like me, where she's on somebody's channel and she'll look shit up and put it into the chat.
yeah, she's very knowledgeable too. She's we talk on the phone a lot, and she's researches all kind of stuff. She's a pretty knowledgeable person and really good person,
I know. I know.
really sweet person.
So I did send a couple of books to Hobo, right? And the purpose is because that's what he's comfortable as a reference source, and so am I. But every day, every question, Off Grid knows. I'll be in his chat. I'll go look it up. I'll say, "Oh no, not it was not 1937. It was 1932." But it's hard to retain that information. So having a nice book, is a good way to reference back.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm big on books, and because I'm getting older, and I used to have pretty good memory. I don't anymore, because I'm old, and my hard
Me
drive
neither.
wore out. So,
I
but
know, man. It's having like digital retrieval issues.
yeah, that's a sweet looking plant, man. He's got it down, doesn't he?
That's Moon Magic. She was in transplant shock for 8 to 10 days, but it's come out of it now. And we just got done with like a rainstorm that lasted the whole time I was napping.
Wow.
There you go. There you go. Oh wow. Okay. Cool. I'm glad you were that comfortable. Right on.
Yeah.
Right
She's
on,
starting
Madame
to branch
Maru.
out though.
I'll call you Maru.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. So how deep does that soil go right there in the
About
frame?
about 2 feet. Yeah, I dug them out. They're like a circle, pretty much. Just a big circle dug out, like a cone.
Right. That's pretty cool. Now, as far as fertilization, what do you do? I mean, do they like what they like acid? They like alkaline? What do they like?
Well, they're acid loving plants. Like you
Acid
want to
love.
keep your, if you can, yeah, you want to keep your pH below 7. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Does it help off grid? Like if somebody has like a pH pen and they test their soil, does that help, or is that something that somebody should have on hand? Because a lot of people come to your chat and ask you about specific, issues that they're having. So I'm not trying to put you on like doctor situation. It's just for your best advice.
Right. Well, your pH tends to wander up, right? With any water, like if you test your town tap water, it's going to be like 7.5 or something. Just naturally on its own, it's going to want to be up. Some people put citric acid in the water to lower pH. There's all kinds of different ways
Right
you
on.
could do it, but
Looks like you got
with
really
outdoor,
good.
generally I don't pH with outdoor though.
Yeah, it looks like you got.
Now this lady right here is already in a first cage, but you're gonna do 2 stages, right? And this has been topped at least once, and then you went and you took leaves off the bottom, right? So, I mean, what can you show us on this plant and how you intervened, right? Like you told me, you're the higher entity here. When I had the moth that was spinning around, and then I was like, "Oh, you're in the spider's den now." I mean, what did you manipulate there as a human,
We pulled these
if you
branches
can?
down and through the we pulled the branches down and through the cages. And what that does is it
Right.
it, it moves the growth hormone in the plant, right? For one, provides stability for the plant, and then once it finally takes weight, the buds and stuff will push down and it has support from below. Like and that's what we're going to keep doing. We're going to keep stretching it out farther and farther like this, taking it sideways. And we're going to get it out here through a second cage that's going to be out here farther. We just want to
Yeah,
keep spreading
yeah,
the.
I
We
can
got to
see
keep
that.
spreading splaying the plant out over and over to let more light into it. It's called low stress training.
So light needs to be in the center. So when you're watching one, oh geez, what do they call each level? I forgot. But when you're watching that, you want to take the top and lower it down so that stress hormone spreads out among, right?
When we
So
get taller,
we're
we'll
seeing
start
an inner
changing.
ring, and you're
We'll
going to
start
have an
changing.
outer ring, right?
Yeah, we'll start
But
changing
you also
strategy when we get
topped
higher.
it, right? Like
Yeah, it's
you
topped
cut
right now.
the top right off of it.
When it gets to about here, we're gonna put up a net, and it's gonna support it from going left and right. Either way. And we're gonna continue to bend it over and keep it under that net. We're gonna do everything we can to keep the plant underneath the net. So if the plant's going to be pushing up on the net, it's going to be bowed into the sky is what will happen. It'll be bowed up if we did our job right. So we're trying to force the plant down. We're like, stay down there, bitch, stay down. That's our job, is to keep splaying it out and try to keep her down. And if we do that,
And I get
we're going to end
that
up with
you have an inner ring of training, right? You have an inner ring and you spread it out. Then you have an outer concentric ring outside of that that's really splayed out, and then you push it down. The reason you're pushing it down, though, for each level, and I said I can't remember what that's called, but each level, it's like the top reachers, they need to be pushed down so that all the growth hormone, like you said, in low stress training, is draining down to everybody, and the light is getting into the middle of the plant.
We're slowly working our way to. We're going to try to get all the tops at the same elevation, and we're going to create a big sea of green. That's what they call it on the indoor growers. Indoor growers were the first ones to make the sea of green, right? That style of growing.
Yes,
because they needed to fit as
I've
many
seen
colas as
people
they could inside of a tent.
And that's exactly the question I was going to ask. But I've seen many growers that are indoor, like tent growers, that pull to one side or pull to two sides, and it looks kind of weird, but, they get what they get. Can you tell us what a cola is?
Well, it's just a top. Every one of these ends of a branch will end up growing a flower on it. Every one of them, wherever they are. Last year there was so many, but yeah, every end of every node will end up growing a flower.
So,
but is a cola just a single flower that grows out of a node, like sort of elbow, or is a cola like a series of a couple of flowers? Or I don't really know what that means. See, I'm trying to understand, or
They're
other
the tips
people
of
too. I want them to.
branches. The tips of branches.
Okay.
The big fat nodes that are all connected at the ends of branches.
So the buds grow on the new growth. Is that right?
Well, they'll grow once it comes to flower season. Right now, we're still in veg season, so it's in vegetation mode. It's just growing a big green plant. It's not making any flowers at all until August comes here. Like about here, it's about August.
Like, okay,
it's about August 10th or something here, when the flip finally happens. When it's finally like they got pom poms.
I got you.
Some people it's August 1st or before even.
Yeah, and by the way, like, I don't know how many years you've done it off grid, but last year, you definitely you documented your entire grow, and you gave them week stamps, and so if people just go to your channel, they can see what happened last year. Yeah, and it's quite amazing. And Big Mama, with the thick Big Mama stem there, or trunk, whatever, also survived like a couple of hailstorms. But you're way ahead of that now with your tightening things up and your structures, right? So you can,
Definitely.
if you have a hailstorm coming and your phone says bing bing, you could fix your shit up in like 40 minutes, right?
Way less. Yeah, like 3 minutes. I can be ready for a hailstorm in like 3 minutes.
But I want to be. I'm going to brew some coffee and throw the tarps. So let's see that.
Well, if I brew it could take a long time. Just a little. I can't. Y'all won't be able to see it, but I'm pretty sure it's too far away. It's 25 miles away, 30 miles away. My camera's not that good.
So what part of the state are you in?
North Central, the west side of the Continental Divide.
I got you.
And the state is NM.
Yeah, beautiful state. I always thought, when I thought of this state being from the Midwest, I thought it was a desert. I was like, that's a desert, and that's nobody wants to live there. It's all dusty and well, it's a little dusty, but it's beautiful here. There's so many different types of environments inside of the state. That's what makes it really cool.
I think off grid on a legal grow, you just do sensimilla. You just need the whatever legal mature and legal immature, but they all got to be female, and you're not trying to grow any seeds or do any of that process, right?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't want any boys. I don't want any boys. Not yet anyway.
Right on. That's so cool.
But if it happens, it happens. If something blows in the wind, and I do get pollinated, that's happened in the past. And I've made some mistakes with that in the past too, and pulled it when I probably shouldn't have, because it got pollinated and there was little white peppers in the bud everywhere. Like they were little, not seeds, not even something you could pick out. They were just like the size of peppers. So it was like,
right.
That was a mistake. I should have let it go, because you couldn't pick them out. It made all the smoke harsh. I was like, I should just let it go all the way. So if it happens again, I'm just going to let go instead of just trying to yank it, because I have more bud now, or I don't have to worry about that.
There was a period after we were like, with our farmer, right? Like we know not only we're friends and we depend on them, but we also know we have to be in line. If you don't get the harvest, you don't get the harvest. It's gone. They're legal. They'd rather us fucking move over there so they'd have more adults to grow plants for. I swear. Like, we don't have to lift a finger. They'd rather us just move there, like honestly. So we have to be in line. But when they were working on, pollination experiment or whatever, and it was after we got our QPs, and it was after we got our brownies, and it was after, all of the keef and everything was gone. Do you have anything left? Well, we're trying to work on some seeds over here. And he was just like, no way, because he had this like stuff that it was full of seeds, and he was like, I'm not saving the green out of this. You know what I mean? Like he just harvested the seeds and everything else went in the bonfire. You know what I mean? He was like, nah, we're not going to give him the last scraps.
All right.
Well, let me ask you this.
We would have cooked it.
What after you harvest, how long will a crop last? I mean, how long can you keep a crop?
I mean, indefinitely. If starting, it's going to degrade. It will degrade. It's oxygen. It's oxygen that degrades it. Yeah, oxygen that degrades, and sunlight degrades it. It makes it weaker over time. The THC degrades. It does go from like a green to a brown even look if it gets to see too much sun after it's in the jar and cured. So it definitely changes it. It becomes more like kind of sleepy instead of more buzzy. It becomes a little more sleepy over time.
Huh.
I think the true and longest answer, it's basically like wine cellar, right? So you have a cellar too. But what I've heard, and it'll change, but really it's up to 12 years. And if you can keep it in 54 degrees, you're easily going to get up to 12 years. That's what I've heard. If it's stored in like a glass jar, like you have, like wine.
I think it gets better. It gets better until about the 5-6 month point. And that's about when your bud's the best it's going to be, is what I think. The flavor, the terps, the flavor, everything's going to be about on point right then. Usually people can't wait that long, right? Because they didn't grow that much or whatever. There's reasons why they can't wait that long.
There's reasons like me. I tried to do the calculation. I was like, okay, my wife needs a half pound a year and I need a little less. But things change or things grow anyway. They always get worse. And I'm like, yeah, I can't really do that math. It changes.
I think I smoke about 3 pounds. I think I smoke about 3 pounds a year, and then I give some away too.
Well, I know you give it away. Yeah, for sure.
Well, are you allowed to sell any of it?
No.
Just all
No.
personal consumption.
Yeah, we can just give it away.
Right.
Like they could give
And
me
yes,
something, and I could give them something.
I
yeah,
got you.
over 21 here, like over 21 here in Virginia, it's unless they're federal workers and even contractors, Cosmic, I must tell you, they can't do it either. But us, like civilians, right? Over 21, 2 ounces to my friend, here, have it. And just back and forth. Seeds to my friend, here, have it. That's what we're supposed to
I
do.
think there is a number. I don't see any enforcement on that, but yeah, I think it is 2 ounces. I think you're not supposed to travel away from your house with more than 2 ounces or a quarter pound or something. Something like that.
So I have 4 21-year-olds. I have 4 21-year-olds. So as far as the government's concerned, I can grow 16 plants. I can grow 16 plants. It
Wow.
ain't happening,
Wow.
and it doesn't make any sense. But I have 4 21-year-olds. But you know what's going to happen immediately, even though the government locally is okay with it, and good Lord, thank everybody, law enforcement is okay with it. Law enforcement is like, finally, I don't have to figure out whether you
They
have
don't
a
care here.
dime bag of plant in your
They
pocket.
don't care.
I don't have to
They don't
worry
care
about
anymore.
that shit. And they don't give a fuck if you have 4 plants or 6 plants or 22 plants. But what I'm saying is, I live in a management company. They will. They'll say it violates your lease. But I also have lawyers, and I also have a lawyeristic brain to say, nope. Because dudes who have end of life medication over here and they're prescribed it, and they're doing palliative care, and they're taking morphine to Valhalla, that means I'm okay too. Your lease doesn't supersede the medical community, and I'm okay too. What's up, Ever? Ever brings the view.
I hate that they took away the medical aspect of cannabis here. I think they've done it a lot of places all over the U.S., but that's what got us here in the first place was the medical side of things. That was the argument that won. And now when they passed the recreational laws here, it trumped all the medical grow laws, and so there's no more medical grows inside of our state. It's only rec grows.
Yeah. Oh
Because the
man,
plant counts
that's
were really
so.
weird on the med grows. They were like, you could have like 14 immature and only like 2 mature or something. It was weird. There was weird laws
Yeah.
that went along with the medical grows, and you had to
Hey,
have like
hey, off grid. Hey, off grid. Hey,
permits
off
with
grid. Hey, off grid.
tags.
Nobody's asking you, but where'd you get your seed? Where'd you get your seed? Where'd you get your seed? Because that dude, he's been doing something illegal. And you know what, off grid? And when I go after him, you can't trust the government. Like the whole structure. It's all fucked. 2 mature and 16 immature is crazy. That
Right,
fucks up your schedule, man. Nobody, all the pans are like by 4, right? I'm
So
just
is there?
saying, man, they'll put a lot of pressure on you. They really want to own the whole deal. We had the best medical weed over there in Greenbelt in Maryland, but nobody could use it. They made it legal in Maryland, and then they launched 0 dispensaries.
Do they have any restrictions on the type that you can grow?
what do you mean?
No,
On variety,
because every seed, the
anything?
dry weight of every seed is non-expressed, right? So it's not illegal. A seed is not illegal anymore, right? At all.
No, there was the Farm Act of 20 something 4, whatever the hell, that let
18,
us mail our,
18.
yeah, whatever the hell it was. It let us mail seeds, but yeah, it's because it's not the active THC, until it's been lit on fire, and there's no THC in a seed anyway. So it's like it's non-regulated goods.
Yeah, it's not expressed because if it's less than 0.03% delta 9 THC that they test for, or
There's
that
no
they can
difference.
test
There's no
for,
difference
whatever.
in a CBD seed and a THC seed. There's no way you can test and tell the difference. Like they're not doing genetic testing like that at that level on a seed.
And
They're
it
not
doesn't
doing it. They
matter.
decided
It
they're not
doesn't
going to
matter.
waste their
Like
time.
everybody who wanted to
like back in the cannabis, the cannabis cup and the BC bud and all that good shit. Everybody wanted to hit 25% and blah blah blah, but that doesn't matter in the end product because we're talking about seeds. The farm bill means that the dry weight of the seed is like nothing. It's nil. It's like not testable. So it doesn't mean anything. You can send the dankest seed that will now produce a 30% bud. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant, because the seed is empty, until it's expressed. What's going on, Ever? As long as they don't limit off grid, he is limited. He has to throw away plants. I mean, that's a fucking limit, isn't it? Off grid could be making more food for fucking chickens too. But he feeds chicken the food, that at the beginning, you could make it how many times more? 10 times more food. CBD eggs, $1 more per dozen.
Right? Yeah, I'm charging next. No, we can't do that, Joe. We won't do that. The price stays the same.
So are you
$4.
Are you totally self-sufficient off grid?
No, I go to the store and buy milk and butter and stuff like everybody else, But I use propane. I have solar though. I'm solar, off that. I'm off the electrical grid.
Well, that's cool.
And
Sweet.
you have your own breaker box outside. Most
the
off-gridders
house
don't have their own breaker box outside, but off-grid's got his 100.
Yeah, house has got a breaker box. Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool, man. That's a flex. My off-grid breaker box.
Well, if you don't want your house to burn down, ideally you have breaker box.
Yes.
Yep.
And you've dealt with a fire already. You've dealt with a fire, to be honest, right?
Yeah. Yep. It's unfortunately that's a common thing with off-grid living. It's real common. Everybody heats their house with wood. Most everybody. Only a few people heat with propane, and I think that's dangerous. Like, what if they die of carbon monoxide poisoning? I don't know. Fire could do the same thing, I guess, in the right conditions.
Yeah. Hello, Miss Tarot D. So nice to see you, Miss Tarot D. How you doing?
So, are you in a tiny house off grid?
Yeah, I started in the room I'm in right here. There's just a one-room shack, and then we added a second room. It's just the kitchen. The kitchen is the second room now, and it's nearly done. Just needs flooring and the sink. I still need the sink and to finish the septic. The pipe's running out in the back though. Buried.
No clue, man. There's eventually the famous cookie mix that's coming out of Off Grid's kitchen. It's not a finished kitchen, but Off Grid's unfinished kitchen. That famous cookie mix is coming.
Mm-hmm.
He's got very specific salt and chocolate.
It's really good.
Get on board, man.
How long has Off Grid been off grid? How many years?
Almost 8 years.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, almost 8 years.
That's pretty cool.
It's like I don't think I did a lot of camping, and I've lived in my car for a total probably close to 3 years of my life, and I lived in a semi when I was over the road truck driver. So we got a lot of years of living in a small space. This place is huge. I mean, they got 10-foot 2 high ceiling, and it's compared to living in the back of the Durango and crawling around all the time. This is pretty good.
Miss Tarot D, it must be real. You must have really nice AC. The world ended about 3 years ago. You're late. You're late. Must be really cool where you're at. Things move a little slower.
But heck yeah. It's kind of glorified camping. It's like those people that go camping with $1 million RV plus all their toys and everything. That's me.
You know what it's
but
called
I'm just
now?
here all the time.
It's called glamping. They call it glamorous camping. It's called
But
glamping.
Here I am. I'm still here. 8 years later on the camp. I'm still on the camping trip.
That's pretty cool, man.
Right?
What's the cost of land down there? Is the land expensive?
Last
Paid for.
available land was $900 a quarter on a website online, but their lots are not in great locations. There's one like less than a block from my house though that was listed.
That's pretty wild. Do they have water of any type?
Everybody
drill
really
a
heard
well?
that. He pointed.
So-
he was like, "It's over there."
So there's a well association at the end of the road. There's a community well that's 6 miles away, and you have to be a member. You have to give up the water rights to your property, like because we have water rights for our land, but in order to get water out of that hole over there, we have to sign over our land, whatever stuff to them. And I'm like, so I never did that, but you have to have an acre to be able to drill a well, is the county regulation.
So you
So
don't
I need
have
one more.
of your own.
I need one more lot from one of my either neighbor on either side.
That's weird, isn't it?
But
So
yeah,
is it all
it'd be real expensive though. It'd be $70,000-$100,000 to drill the hole probably, and they might not get water. I'd be the only one up here with a well.
Wow.
So you have to do a survival choice of your mature plants, which means that your neighbor just benefited from what you were moving on. Like you just delivered.
Yeah.
Even you just delivered them. That's pretty crazy. So anybody who wants 1/4 acre, it's right next door. He needs 1/4 acre. I guess you guys are in a race right now. So he can drill a well, or
Nah, it said that if I was going to do that, I'd have to go back to work. I wouldn't be a retired guy anymore.
yeah. I heard that the sheriff was like, "You're pretty much a retired guy." Sheriff's gonna be back. That's all I can say. He's getting a haircut and wondering who you are. He's gonna be back around.
Do you have enough
He's gonna
rain
come
to
around.
do rainwater recovery?
Yeah, on average, the average rainfall here in the last 100 years has been an inch a month. And what that equals is nearly a gallon of water per square foot of roof that you have. All my roofs together right now are about 500 square feet with all my sheds and everything included. So I could theoretically catch up to 500 gallons of water a month, but we've been in drought. It hasn't been consistent water for 20 years.
Wow.
Like it rains. And so when it does, you better be like today. I could have caught a bunch in those 2-3 hours it was raining. We probably got a half inch of water. I could have caught 200 gallons.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, so that was just a missed runoff catch because you were sleeping, you were tired.
Right.
Right.
Miss Tara O.D. said she'd be happy catching an inch a month.
Ever Inferno's been since he was 3 years old. He's been in a drought. 23.
Yeah.
What kind of drought?
That's about when it started here. Yep. The weather's sort of changed since then. It was real consistent year after year.
Now, Evers in what? Southern California? Or no, he's in.
He's up there in like Washington and Canada and stuff. He's like over there in Pacific Canada and stuff. He's
Oregon.
in Washington or someplace like that. Oregon, yeah. Oregon is where he's at, yeah. He just doesn't like to admit it. His neighbor's name is Jessica Ralston.
Oregon.
I didn't know that.
He didn't either until now.
That's
kind of
pretty amazing, the whole off-grid thing. Have you ever thought about trying any wind power?
Yeah, it's windier than hell here a lot of years. Like in the spring, usually it's windy for 3 weeks at least, up to 3 months of just crazy wind, 50 to 70 miles an hour every day, just ripping plants out of the ground, even tattering the leaves. Like,
Wow.
Dang,
it
yeah.
gets, some years are really intense here, like in the spring, yeah, really bad. But this year was like 3 days. We had like 3 days of wind, and it was done this year. It was weird.
That's what's your electrical consumption on a weekly or monthly basis? You know, do you calculate it or you just
It's
don't?
all solar and it's like solar and stored, right?
Yeah, I got 10 batteries and I've got 700 watts of solar panels combined. And it runs my fridge and all my lights and whatever I want. I could watch movies all night if I want. They'll never run out of power.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Before I moved here, right, I was in one room and I had like three outlets. One of them had the switch, so I put the switch one on the light, and I was running out of the other two outlets. I was staying in that room. So before we moved right here, I talked to the lady who, was our management representative or whatever. I was like, "Can I put like a couple solar panels on, where I'm sitting right now on the porch here?" And she was like, "I guess you could." And I was like, because I could literally run the whole daily operation of myself without ever, turning on a light switch. Because I'd already practiced on three outlets. You know what I mean? And then I was about to do it, and I was like, yeah, but I'm about to drill a hole in your door. I better not. And I stopped.
Huh.
Because I was about to drill a hole through the door and put a cable through, and I was like, I better
Yeah.
not. But shit, man, it would have saved us. Oh, I don't know what our electric is every month, but it would have saved us a lot.
Yeah, for the normal person to go off grid is expensive. I mean, because they've
Yeah,
for one, they've got a lot bigger home than me. There's more people, two, three, four people maybe in the house. So you got four users. So you're going to need a pretty large bank. And then people are definitely still going to want to run their normal stuff. Like they're not going to live without their electric clothes dryer or whatever. Like that shit's, you get a gas one, but even still, it's a lot of power to turn the drum. You know,
right. For sure. Yeah,
I hang
for
my
sure.
clothes on the line outside, and I do it on sunny days. I choose my moments. You can't do it in a snowstorm.
Hmm.
Laundry day is not a snowstorm. You can do it in the winter though. You'd be surprised. Even if it's like, it could be just above freezing. If the sun's out, it'll still dry on the line really fast.
Yeah, I mean, we still have like, honestly, like we've hung clothes out here. We've brought out like, there's not enough closets sometimes, so they have those little like racks where you hang your coats and whatever. And we brought out a whole like coat rack out here and dried shit out here. Any time of year actually, not when it's snowing, but
Not like
any
not
season
like
anyway.
It's not like a lot that you have to give up, though. You just have to change how you're doing some things. You know,
It takes
like
time. It takes time. It doesn't take electricity, but you have to pay attention. But
yeah,
it's,
the
hey,
biggest
look,
thing
you live
probably the
with
heater.
your animals. You live with your animals. You take care of your animals. You do so much more than I see a pet owner do all the time. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't like that. You live with your animals like they're your pack. Hey, what's up, Sean? Yeah, I said hi, but I'm just saying, like, I'm reiterating, you're not missed, Sean. I see you in. But so yeah, I mean, it takes a little more than the average is always throwing out, but it's so much more thoughtful, so much more helpful. I gotta go kick my dryer back, actually, to be honest. I'll be right back.
So what do you do for? You just semi-retired? You what? Just
Yeah, I just do whatever's available anymore. Pretty much, I say no to a lot of stuff. So at least I get enough work that I can say no to things. And I didn't learn how to do that until I was 34, 35. Finally learned how to finally be like, no, I don't want to put my name on that job. That's not something I want to say that he did that, you know?
right?
It was like I used to just say yes to everything,
Yeah, that
no matter
gets
what, no
that
matter
puts
what
you
the work
in time.
was.
So what's your main craft? What's your main
Probably construction,
structure?
building, yeah, remodel. Remodel's the most money, just because there's not too many people building new homes. Not for years now. I have built a few homes here in town, but it's been years.
That's awesome. You got it made, man. Living the dream.
Right. Well, I can chase the dollars as much as I want, but if I just kick back, get enough of them just to keep kicking it and doing things that I have fun doing. So I'm like, what's the point of chasing all the money if I'm still having fun?
Yeah, there's not. I mean, you've nailed it. It's the rat race is a rat race. If you can get out of the rat race and meet your needs, that's all you need, man. It's just, yeah.
Right. We're pretty removed. We still have to earn a little bit of money. Not too much though.
That's great. That's really great. That's pretty cool. Well, kudos to you, man.
I've been broke. I don't even know. I couldn't even tell you how many times since I lived here. Building the first part of this house, I went broke 100, 200 times, maybe more. Every time I'd get up, even 40, 60 bucks, I'd dump it all into the house again. I wouldn't buy any food. I would just dump it right into the house, whatever it needed, more insulation,
Right.
Well, I have to address that because I think you said before that you went broke like to nothing like 6 times, like in literal true, and you also did have a fire, right?
Yeah.
You were talking about how that's the worst.
Yeah, I did all that, all that struggle in my house, going broke over and over and over, and then it exploded and burned, like that was a lot to take. And all my batteries that I had, they were all melted and acid was everywhere. The house was exploded and ruined all my stuff.
What have you ever thought about?
Miss Carol D wanted to know what type of animals you have. Like I said, the animal family that you got.
Chickens and dogs and cats. That's it. Yeah. I think I got 2 roosters. I think both of those feather foot ones, those little birds, are roosters. The second one's not crowing yet. They totally look the same though. I got 16 birds. Or 16 or 17. 16 or 17 birds. I haven't got a count on them for a minute. I think it's 16.
Right.
2 dogs and a cat and me. That sounds right. 20 souls on board right now.
So off grid, have you ever thought about offering memberships on your YouTube channel?
Oh yeah. Somebody will be a memberships on my channel. No. I think I can maybe do that now. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you should look into it because there's people that especially you get floated in the algorithm out there on the off grid and community. There's people like being a part of it. They'll pay a monthly fee to join your channel just to watch what you do.
Well, I will
like
say,
we could start building the mother-in-law one next door, the next tiny house over there, and we'll get them in on the experience of building it and living in it on day 3 like I did.
That's the off grid or the off grid B&B type situation there.
Right, no roof. Yeah, January, no roof, just the stars and you, -10. Nice off grid experience.
That's what I said. Like the sidewall should be flapping, and then you could you could bring in
because
like
you didn't
a really
have
poor,
money
coal heater.
Now you got it because you didn't have enough money for enough nails. You had to use them sparingly in the beginning. You're right, and then go back and put in more. Now you're on the story now. You got to use, and a good thing, the chicken feed sacks are excellent house wrap. You cut the bottoms off of them and slit them open, like genius. I don't know,
Right. Cool. Like a Tyvek, right? Like a Tyvek type wrap.
Yeah, it'll buy you, if you cover your OSB with it, it'll buy you a couple years. But before you need to get it covered up with siding or something.
That's pretty cool.
Off grid, off grid. I mean, if you know, because you go to the post office, go online, tell them you need a bunch of like priority bags. They'll send you Tyvek. You just have to cut it open and put it back up on the wall. But they'll send it to you for free. You can get a whole stack.
That's pretty cool.
I thought about
No,
siding
they
a shed
deliver it.
one time. Siding a shed with beer cans. You cut the tops and bottoms off the cans, and you make it flat
Right,
pieces of aluminum. You could just use your
right.
T50 staple gun and put them all up there like shingles on the wall. Stagger the joints and stuff. You could have an
I saw
all
it in
aluminum
Mexico.
shed.
I saw like rolled out Tecate, like making all kinds of patches in Mexico. Rolled out Tecate cans. Ting, ting, ting.
I was
Cans.
gonna
Yeah,
put all just the shiny side out, the insides out.
Yeah.
that'd be awesome.
Then when everybody comes to your house, and then you buff them up, right? So when they come to their house, it's like mirror finish. They're just looking at themselves, and then they just fall over, I guess, because they're like, what's going on around here? Just
But
buff
it's
them
a lot
out
of work
until they
for
just
that.
see themselves.
There's ways to do things for less money, though. If you just used your brain a little bit here and there, there's ways to save a little bit of money. And a lot of people are doing it around here. They've been doing it since the '70s, building houses with tires and bottles and dirt, mud. Oh, they've been building them with
Yep,
mud and sticks here for thousands of years. So, and they're
yep, yep,
still
yep.
building them like that. Adobe houses.
Colonel Adobe. Heck yeah, man. Mud works.
Oh
No, there's
yeah,
people
mud.
just doing like cob over here. He built his whole cab with just his hands, and he had a concrete mixer that he mixed the mud in. And he put some straw in there, and I don't know if he put anything else in there. I don't think he did. Maybe he put like a handful of Portland in the mix every mix, but he just blobbed it, like made blobs with his hands, and he built his house like that. He's got wood beams on
Hey,
top
man.
of the
When people
wood
used to
blobs that
make
it,
bricks, they used to just juggle it. They used to make bricks in their hands. You know what I mean? So, of course, he just blobbed it and rocked it and whatever. Because people, even when they wanted
he'd
to
go
be
up so
accurate, they
far.
just be like, "Oh, oh, oh," boom,
A
you know?
day. Yeah, he'd only go up a few courses in a day and then stop and then wait and then come back in a few more days and do a couple more.
Yeah, these days my hands they spasm up a lot. Like if I'm making a dough or something, but I could still do 2 courses of brick a day. You know what I mean? Like to a line and just I could
Then
even juggle them. You know?
so they got earth bags. You just it's the same kind of thing. You get the mud whatever wet and the dirt wet and you stuff it in these bags and then they put the bags down and they keep the bags level going across the walls. And
Right.
it's a really cheap way to
That
build it. My
sounds like a
neighbor just built
bunker.
they built a house like that in 3 months. It's a 2-story house.
Yep.
In about 3 months they
That's
built
a
it.
bunker, man. That's how you bunker. You know. That's how you make a bunker. You throw a bunch of
Well,
sandbags. You know,
the
in
downstairs
course.
is built. Yeah, it's dug into the ground. The first story is like a basement kind of but the one side's dug out on the south side.
Yeah, I think for sure because when I worked in masonry, at the like at the foundation level, you farge it up, with a very very thin, whatever cement that and glue that you want to keep all the elements out. And I was like, the foam insulation that we buy everywhere, you can also lay it down and farge both sides of it very thin with that cement, but because it's that huge foam block, which is definitely not a natural material, and I'm not saying it is. But anyways, with that, you get a lot of insulation power for 2 thin little lines of cement. And there's a lot you can build with that. I've thought about it and
Yeah,
I'm not lying. There's a lot you can build with
there's a
that.
few systems like that. Yeah, they're like these foam blocks that snap together to make foundations or stem walls and stuff, and then you just pour the insides full of concrete. I forgot what they're called. Yeah, you could totally build your whole house with those. A lot of insulation value.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, like I told you. Now it's already too late because you put all those VHS up on the wall. But one blanket behind that. Think about all the insulation value just because of their depth. And like I said, just one blanket to trap that.
I'm probably getting a few
You're gonna
more
have to
R
like move
value out of
two
that
tapes and
wall.
put you move two tapes over. You put a little bit of blanket. You unroll it. You roll it, and then you push two tapes over. You just keep going. You'll never have
Well,
to take them
eventually,
down, man.
eventually, there's going to be more house on the other side of that wall in the long run. I got plans. That's where the big, like, the main room in the house is going to be the big living room
You better put a
someday.
basketball hoop in, man.
It's going to be pretty big.
You got to
It'd be
put the
pretty sweet.
basketball hoop. Just
Like,
make it, like I
like
said, the
I
deep end.
never.
Make it like a pool where there's a deep end at the end of your room where you can shoot.
Have you ever been to a house where there was a basketball hoop inside?
No,
Me.
nope. But I've been to Sugar Ray. I've been to Sugar Ray Leonard's house. There was a basketball hoop outside.
Sugar Ray. Boy, there's a name.
Yep,
That's cool.
I've been to Sugar Ray Leonard's house like 3 times. Yep, it was so cool. He used to want kids to come to his house, and he lived right near me, so it was awesome. He would give us 8x10s, candy, and he would talk to us, and he was a little bit punch drunk, not real bad, but a little bit. It was cool.
That's awesome.
It was cool.
Didn't he have some health issues?
Yeah. I believe so. Yeah.
Ever's biting his nails again.
Is he?
Do
Oh, he
you
wants to
remember
come up. I mean, there's already a win.
16? Do you remember 16 Blocks with Bruce Willis?
No, man. That's the second
You don't
Bruce
remember
Willis
that?
today I was told to watch. No, I don't know that one. No. Yo, what's up, Be
Most
Real?
Def in it. He's trying to get Most Def to the courthouse to testify against some corrupt cops. And
Right.
the corrupt detective that's the main other character, the antagonist or whatever in the story, is he's the guy that I saw walking up the street in town with a cocktail in his hand. And he's been in so many other
Oh, right.
movies, but I can't tell you what his name is. But yeah, he's like the second big star in 16 Blocks. He's in a bunch
Maybe
of
in
other
another
movies.
movie I would know exactly who it is, but I don't know because I didn't see that one. Yo, Be Real. Be Real. Shop Hello Mary sent me a thank you package today. They sent me a bag of flour, 7 grams, and they sent me this gram of live rosin. It says right here, Gen Z. Gen Z. Oh, here I'm gonna take this. Sorry. I'm gonna swallow this. So this was a thank you. It says Gen Z live rosin 1 gram. So you get this container all fancy and fruity colored and stuff, and it has like blueberries and all these fruits like blood orange and shit. And so there you go. That's the gram. I believe this is 3/4 left because we don't have a dab rig, but we definitely used a bit of it. So there we go. That was a gift, man. So
That's
that was from Shop Hello Mary Be Real. Um, Probably because of the review I did and stuff. So thank
that's
you,
a whole,
man. Thank you because that review was a gift from you.
that's
Cheers,
awesome.
bro.
I'm looking
Yep,
it up
I
right
did a
now.
I did a live unboxing. Check it out. It's on my channel, not this StreamYard, but on YouTube. And I'm sorry, Off Grid. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just ending that. Like I did a live unboxing. I checked the shit out. It was cool.
So 16 Blocks came out in 2006. It says
Nah, I
55%
never saw
rotten.
it.
55% rotten tomatoes.
55%.
Okay.
Man.
And the character I'm talking about, the person that I saw walking up the street in town, must know somebody here, was David Morse. He's kind of
Okay.
a B-list actor. He's kind of a B-list actor, but you totally recognize his face,
Did you get his autograph?
No. I should have hollered at him though. I'd be like, yo, or circle back around, right?
That's pretty cool.
Alfred, how about you? Do you have an alternate? Because I don't have a rig. Like, how do I use this goo? How do I use it from Shop Helen Mary that was a gift without
Do you
the,
still
the
have
rig?
do you still have you got your pipe?
Watch this. Watch this. Watch
You
this.
got your
Wait.
pipe and put it on top of a little bit of flour.
I was thinking about this. Okay, so there's the jar, right? And that's what they sent me. And then I got this. This is my wife's cute little Q-tips or whatever the fuck, you know? So then I figure you take a bit of this here, right? Like that, right? And I
That's a
figured
lot.
then you can go. It's a lot. Yeah, it's more than a quarter. Yeah, it's more than a quarter. So I need to cut it, right? So here we go. Here we go. Hold on. You're right. Yeah, off grids like don't be
Try and put it
fucking
on
weird.
top of the. I think trying to put it on top of the flour is what I would do.
Off grid. I'm gonna pretend like that's better. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pretend like that's a better amount. Okay. And first of all, I'm gonna take this shot glass with my tooth and my keef. So first of all, I'm gonna open my keef and I'm gonna dip this in first. This is like a year old worth of keef every time I scrape. And sometimes the top gets so good, I'm like, oh, I need it. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take that much, right? It's okay. That's the right amount, right? And I'm gonna keef it all the way around like a moon rock and shit. There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
you're in for it.
See what I got? There's the keef jar. And I'm just gonna make sure that it's brown all the way around. And I'm working on it. And yes, I do have my pipe. What do you think I did with the pipe that you so graciously gave me? What I have it right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just put it on top.
Okay.
Put it on
Third
top
level.
of whatever
Third
you
level.
got in that pipe. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying third level here. I'm gonna dip it one more time. This is like a triple dip, like vanilla sundae or whatever. There we go. So now I got to dip in
If
green.
you don't
Okay.
get it up on top of the weed, it'll just kind of want to melt and it'll go to the bottom of the bowl. You won't be able to hit it. It'll just end up
Well,
in there.
what I'll
It's like
do,
resin.
yeah, but right here, look, I'll pack it right here with flour, right? And now I've already rolled it in keef and flour. And I'm not going to put it actually in the center. I'm going to put it in the corner
There
because
you go.
when it starts smoking off itself, it will smoke off into the air, right? It's not like a
Yeah,
pull thing. It
you
just
got it. You're
burns
gonna
off.
get
I know how to smoke
you.
that.
Yeah, I can see that stuff. It looks pretty pure. See how clear it is. Your wax or whatever. What are they calling
Right
it?
there.
Is it
They
batter or
call
what
it
are they
live
calling it?
rosin. They call it live rosin,
Nice.
Gen X live rosin.
It looks
And
pretty
so when you
light
beat
in
it up, it
color.
gets a little more.
So is it
It was real
80%? Does it
clear,
tell
but
you?
when you beat it up, it gets a pick.
Like
Oh, it doesn't tell
80%
me
probably.
anything. I just need a tablet.
Yeah, it's probably 80% THC.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
That's
It's
pretty
got
good
like
looking
a.
pipe. Where'd you get that? Give you
He
that
said
pipe.
don't put it on top. I didn't put it on top, actually. I put it in the corner. I put it in the corner because when I burn my bud, I want to let it slowly heat it up because I know, like hash or anything, once it gets lit, it burns itself and then it'll go up to the gods. I don't want the smoke to the gods. I want to pull them. But I understand you don't burn and pull because the heat will start it to
It's
smoke off
gonna
itself. I
it's gonna
got it,
melt
B-Real.
in.
I
It's
got
gonna
it.
melt into the bud, and it's gonna give you like 2 or 3 times as many hits out of it. That's what'll end up happening.
I did the rosin to the keef to the green, and I dropped a little bit of green, but the inside was still in, and now I dropped it over here in the corner, and we're gonna do it.
Cheers.
Oh yeah.
Cheers! I'll share. But yeah, I was, otherwise with no rig, I could drop it on hot knives like the old days, but that means putting them on the burner, and I would.
Do you make that pipe off grid?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Like 45 minutes or so.
Was that deer antler?
Elk. It's a elk. It's
Elk
a elk.
antler.
It's the tip of one of the smaller ones.
pretty cool.
There's only a couple of them that are
It-
curved up there. The front ones are flat blades, and they're just flat.
I
You
feel
know,
like
This is like the worst QVC show because they're talking about the product I'm holding and I'm not showing it. Yes, it's the antler pipe. It's ended here and it's open here. It's very shareable. It's
Pretty
it'd be
sweet.
easier to make them with deer antler because there'd be more per antler. You know, for sure.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yo, rose quartz, that's awesome. Yeah, my wife got like 3 fucking cheap Mexican ones, and last time I was in Mexico was like 80s, and like I was too young to grab one. But she got like 3 of them and she didn't even give me one. I was like, that's crazy, they were like quartz, whatever, rose quartz.
And you can sell those pipes off grid.
What's that?
You can make money on those pipes.
I sell some pipes. Yeah, I mean,
Oh shit.
yeah, it's all about time, though. You know, how much can I sell it for? Like $5, $6? I don't know.
Oh
It
no,
took me 45 minutes to make. Like,
you get way more than $5
Yeah.
or $6 out of it.
No. I totally understand,
some
right? I
some
mean, I've
materials.
learned like, okay, look, off grid. I totally understand. I mean, cosmic and off grid. I totally understand because here is, like a bracelet that my kid braided and did, and I learned how to do all those different braids. But here's a Nepalese bracelet or whatever, like in a traditional braid. You pay 25 cents for this. This takes 5 hours to make. There's no like competition anymore. So he could carve pipes, but it's not the thing. It's not the thing to deliver the operating day-to-day shit. There's
I like
competition out there, isn't it?
I like homemade stuff. Like I like it better than mass produced stuff for
You
sure. But yeah,
Yeah.
like
You asked me if you could do anything in turn, and I said anything that's one of a kind is best. And you did that. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't pushing, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like it's better if I can send you tapes and you can organize them. They're falling away from me. I've seen them all before. It's not about me. You can
I'd say
organize them. I can't.
I'd say you could retail that pipe for anywhere from $25 to $40.
huh.
You might want to do some kind of little personalization on it. Build your brand like Off Grid Terps or something. But
But
Yeah.
it isn't like that. I mean, how many elk antlers do you have on hand, right? See, that's where it ends, right? You're not going to do an elk antler harvesting farm where you bring up young bucks and cut their, elks,
Well,
their heads off or whatever.
there's only two of those pipes that exist, right? And they're both in Virginia. That's the funny thing.
all
Oh
it's got
shit!
to be out
Oh, is
of
it
is
really? Is it
bone,
Anthony?
really.
Is it Anthony?
Yep.
Because remember, I think you went to bed before you carved Anthony's or before you showed us. And so I never saw Anthony finish. I didn't know. You said you were going out in
Are
the
you allowed?
morning.
Are you allowed to pick up sheds?
Yeah. Yeah, you can pick them up here. Yeah.
You can use sheds to make them too. Can you? Right?
Oh, yeah.
We're not talking about making $500,000 a year. I'm talking about
There's a guy in town that buys antlers, so you got to beat his price or whatever if you're going to get them from people, right? Or find them yourself. But
Yeah,
there's
because
so
he
many
has
people.
competition,
Everybody
and you can
goes.
figure out how to make that
Everybody,
save you.
their brothers, their cousins, all their little kids, their grandkids. Everybody goes and looks for sheds at a certain time. They all know, and they take their 4-wheelers, their side by sides, everything. Their UTVs. They're out there running around all crazy, looking for them, scouring. So there's a lot of competition for finding them. You got to get up there early.
right.
Yeah, man. The only thing I would ask, ever again, because I know, like, maybe you run into, 12 of these in your life, and maybe you only want to carve 3. You know what I'm saying? So I get all that.
But the only thing else is like I think part of what you heard was when Ghostface was up here, and I was like, I'll carve one out of wood for you because the other dude didn't, carve one out of stone. But yeah, if he could have one with a little bit of a ghost logo, like Maru said, that could be worth hundreds of dollars for sure. Because it has the little, like just put a ghost. Shoot. And it's not
I'm
like you're
not
gonna
a,
ask him for hundreds of
that's
dollars.
not
I'll give
me.
you 60.
That's
We
Yeah.
can brand it on there.
but that's not me. I'm not an artist. I'm not that kind. I can't even draw a stick man. Like my stick man is shit. Like he's hung before I even start the game. You know what I mean? Like
Man, your hangman game lost itself. No, that's not true because I asked you about folding paper and you folded it 7 times. That's more than the average. It's not the,
well, that's
it's
physical
not the end all.
determination and like I don't know. Not
You're
art.
an artisan, right? Right. Can we see the cross feathers that you have, the protection feathers? Because Madame Maru said you're an artisan, and that's one of your pieces, to protect the home.
My feathers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they're secret feathers. They have been. No, you don't have to take them off the wall.
My feathers.
There you go. There you go.
Be moved around a little bit, but they're like a cross. They're like a cross. And it's on a dream catcher. There's palm grass back here from Palm Sunday.
That's
But
awesome.
yeah.
What all species have you got in the feathers there?
Turkey feathers and chicken feathers. That's it. Just turkey feathers and chicken feathers, different chickens. It's really dirty.
Cool.
No buzzards. No buzzards in there. Nobody above there.
Well, there was some bluebird feathers. I don't know. Yeah, there's bluebird feathers in there. There's some other feathers in there.
Oh, and I put
There's one of the.
I might be making just a one pass 10 piece rosary for my wife out of that. Just a one pass deca rosary, I might be making one out of that because we got a lot of old stuff. We got a lot of old stuff that's got a lot of seasoning on it.
That's pretty cool. Now, you'd be surprised what sells, man. Like you get on Etsy and look at stuff, and man, there's people making a killing on there with just common, everyday, mundane things, man.
Hey man, I had a theory way back, right? I was like gonna sell a $15 box plus shipping. It's the found object art project. So just let me walk around for the day, put 5 things in a box, glue it up, and send it to you. Found object art project. Like, what's wrong with that? How come I can't get $15?
You could, you could.
I've seen trash for sale. There was trash that was some glued to a piece of board and put in a frame, and it was marked at $800. It was literally a ketchup pack off the ground or something, like a smashed ketchup pack. Like they may have made the trash specifically for the piece of art themselves,
For it, right?
or else they
Yeah, to
dug
make
it
it
out of
look
the
better.
dumpster,
Yeah.
or else they dug it out the dumpster, and it totally sold.
Yeah, you'd be amazed what some people sell, man.
I think they're
Heck
crazy.
yeah, man.
People
Cousins
are
been
crazy.
looking around on Etsy, man. I got a lot of really weird Etsy stuff. My wife still does it. She'll get really dumb things. I will too. I will still get really dumb things. I got like a little button that says it said decriminalize black magic or something like that. It was from Etsy.
That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, there's everything on Etsy. Yeah, I bought in some few things. Yeah.
I think you can find
Wow.
almost
One man's trash, another man's treasure. Yeah, for sure.
It's always
And
been
one man's treasure is future trash. I don't give a heck who he is. You know what I mean? Like all your treasure is future trash. Like good luck.
I mean,
It's
like,
all
yeah,
garbage.
if you had a Pepsi from 1991 in the back of your fridge still, that sucker's worth like $100.
Yeah, there's all kind of crazy stuff out there. Trying to see.
Man, I could, and then this one will probably end up being something else. This is just some broken cassette tape, but it does shine so well.
You know
That'll
how
be something.
people always keep like part of their wedding cake in the freezer. Like,
Yeah,
I wonder what the oldest wedding cake is in the freezer. Like, is it edible after like 73 years or whatever?
Yeah,
man.
I never understood
Yeah.
that. The wedding cake part of it.
Well,
Back
I
in
heard a
those
story
days,
about.
they used to have two freezers, and the chest freezer with the lock. That's where you put your wedding cake. And nobody expects you to be married for more than 25 years. That's silver. So yeah, I think you got time to eat it. You got time.
Most people don't even make it 5 nowadays.
I
One.
can't believe it. What did I got married in 2003. But we've been together since 2001. That's forever, man. 2003, that's decades. Couple of decades.
I've been married 44 years.
Well,
All my
damn,
life.
I've only been alive 44 years, Cosmic. That's the problem. I had to get 19
I
first.
was negative. I was negative like 3.5 or something. Yeah. Right.
I had to get 19 to get married. Actually, that's not true. I did get married at 18, but that was for her citizenship.
Yeah,
Don't know.
that's 21 when I got married. But I mean, that's what you did back then. If you hit 25 and you weren't married and didn't have a kid or two, there was something wrong with you.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. No,
mean,
I literally did that. Like, I don't even think I was married at 25, but I think my son's birth certificate is father is 25. Like, I think, you know what I mean? Because that's like a New Jersey mentality and stuff that, where I come from. It's like, you didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? Like, you have to do something by then.
oh yeah, man, it was. I mean, your whole life when you were a senior in high school, when you got that diploma and you walked off the stage, you hit the ground running. I mean, but you got the summer off, to party. But by the time
Yep,
fall
yep,
rolled in there, you better have a down payment on a house. You better have a job lined up. You better be, going down the aisle to the altar, or you were
right,
a social
right.
misfit. I mean, this is how it was.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
never walked.
but everything
I never
everything
walked
is a big like. It's all just like you said. What did you say the fast Wisconsin plant? What's that called?
Wisconsin fast plant.
Wisconsin Fast Plant. There you go. So yeah, you can go ahead and do that thing, Cosmic, but it falls down every 11 months. And that's what I was telling my kid because right now I should be stressed and I was for 5 fucking minutes, but it doesn't matter. It's July again and I know what's just about to happen, everything's about to be born again in that way, and it happened last year. And what I said to him was, all the kids with all their little promises. Oh, yes, I want to work this summer. Oh, yes, I will be attending school, next semester, but it's not going to interfere. And those last 2 weeks come up, and like you said, that's your week to get the party. All of them disappear. I can make all the money in the world just showing up behind them for those 2 weeks. It's like, where did all the kids go? Hmm. They're eating brownies and shit, bro.
I think it was my high school secretary handed me to my diploma. I never walked.
Yeah.
I graduated
You know
early,
what?
and because there was a girl the year before that just disappeared, and like after Christmas break, I was like, "Where'd so and so go?" They said, "Oh, she graduated early." I was like, "Well, how the fuck do you do that?" And so I found out. I
Right?
went and talked to our
Why?
school counselor or
Why
whoever
did
she
you
was,
not
and
want
I
to
was like,
walk?
I just found out what I had to do, to
Right.
graduate
Why
early,
did
and I
you not
did it.
want
I
to
was
walk? Why did you not want to walk? I went. Why did you not
no,
want to
because
do it though? Because you
I
didn't
went
like
straight to
them?
college. I went straight to college. I was like, they weren't teaching me anything since like freshman year anyway. I was actually learning. I was like devolving. They weren't
For sure.
challenging me enough past a certain point, so I just gave up on them. Like,
Yeah, when
so it
I
was
when I
better
I'll
was
be
for
honest with you. If you didn't learn your third grade shit and your seventh grade shit, then you're lost. But the only reason that they really care to keep us in till seventh grade is because if they don't, and we're out on the street, we might pick up weapons, and they're scared. They don't teach you anything after that. You know, they just reiterate the four things they taught you back then: third, fifth, and seventh grade. You know, they
yeah,
just want to keep you off the street, man.
they do. When I was in high school, you only had to have to graduate. You only had to have 16 credits. So you could actually graduate as a junior if you went to summer school and got your English out of the way, senior English. Now my wife,
Yeah,
she graduated as a junior, but I went back my senior year because they offered a welding class for half a day from the state that didn't cost you any money, and it was kind of a springboard, to go into some of the better paying jobs once you got that certificate. But of
sure,
course,
you could get into a trade job. Yeah, I tried that too. My last couple of years, I went to Refrigeration Service Engineer Society, and was working on refrigeration, heating, and ventilation, all that. But yeah, it was not free. That was actually expensive. But
yeah,
I also thought it was a good opportunity. It just didn't end up working. It just didn't end up working.
yeah, I enjoyed the class. We smoked a boatload of dope in that class. We'd get in the welding booths, they had the vending.
yeah.
We'd fire up, and we had a
Yo,
ball.
it's always he was the acetylene torch in the J. He was like,
Yeah,
put
We
the
could smoke
glasses
in
down,
the paint room.
yeah, I
smoking.
mean, I smoked a ton of weed in high school.
Oh my gosh!
This
All
one
good.
hitter on the back of the bus. We'd be coming back from the tech center where I did auto body, and we'd have to hold it forever. We'd hold it for like 2 minutes until there wasn't any smoke, and
Right?
we'd finally blow it through a sweatshirt in the back of the bus with the window cracked, and we never got caught.
Yep. Yep.
We had to burn all the one hitter in one hit, so there wasn't no smoke come out of it when you were done. Yep, and then hold it
Yeah,
forever.
man. The best friend that I had over here, the guy from Virginia, he died, but before that we worked together and we did funny stuff. And when we were in masonry, like that was the funniest part is I always made him under me when we were cleaning up walls. So the hydrochloric acid would hit him all day, and he would just scream, and he would just scream, and it was just so funny. And I was like, "Yep, that's your job," and he would be like, "Wow." But one time, this is what they did to him too. Like he was my friend, and like he got me in that job. So, anyways, but in this other place, he was working in this auto body shop for a very short period of time, and he would take forever taping everything up and putting on his gear and shit. And then he would go in the paint room, and he would be like an absolutely stoned rat in like 2 minutes, like after like breathing and all that shit. He would be absolutely insane.
That's
He'd put all
hilarious.
his stuff on and be protected, but it didn't do anything, man. Like he was insane. Like in 2 minutes, spraying that stuff in the whatever the tent that they put him in. It was crazy, bro.
Yeah, I never did pursue my welding career though. I mean, I could still weld and cut and all that other stuff, but I didn't. I saw after spending that year doing all that that's not a career. Of course, later on, I went into the industry where there was a boatload of boilermakers and welders and pipe fitters and stuff
Yeah.
in there, and I'm gonna tell you, man, that ain't nothing but bull work. And
Yep.
I so I went a little bit different route. I tried to use my brain
They
instead of my brawn.
they do commercials. They do commercials for underwater welders right now. Commercials for underwater welders, and they look like a comedy show parody. They don't look real. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to get people into that shit.
It's good money, but it's dangerous work.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, most all the guys, to get into to be able to get into the training program for what I wound up doing for a living, I started out at the bottom as a laborer, and
Right.
I worked with the Boilermakers, and it was miserable work. It was retrofit, rehab work, tearing boilers down, retrofitting them, hanging tube, and all that stuff.
It's a remodel, but yeah, pipes.
Boilers,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah. I did a little bit of plumbing repair remodel. The masonry, like full on, repair and remodel, and that's why like we built people's chimneys or rebuilt their walls or made them additions and stuff, and that was wonderful and all that. But yeah, I mean, this is really really hard work and it's crazy work, and when I got into that refrigeration, I was thinking, okay, because it's basically the I guess the comfort industry. Like maybe I can help people, blah blah blah. That nah, because we were right at the point where they were taking all the poisonous chemicals out and putting in better poisonous chemicals. So basically, it was this big scam industry when I was graduating, and I was like, like I'm out. I can't do this. I can't do
that
this.
that was the problem with the industry I was in is it's rife with asbestos and stuff, and that's where I was going with all those guys that were welders. They all died before they hit 55, and they all died of either asbestosis or throat cancer. That was the two main things that took them out, and so I'm
Oh
glad I
yeah,
didn't in that field because I worked with three
in
brothers.
cinder blocks, masonry, concrete, snorting cocaine off of concrete bags and shit like this. If I didn't have early onset scoliosis back then from the silica or whatever, like I mean, I would be dead now. If I did those jobs for another 5 years or whatever, I would be dead. I would have scoliosis and I'd be dead.
Concrete dust will mess you up quick. Too
Yeah,
much of it
Yep.
for too long.
sure enough.
Yeah, but guess what we did? Like off the same fucking bag, that's what we did, because it was snowing. Inside, outside, and everywhere. People build a lot
Yeah,
of
my
walls out of beer cans too.
my grandpa my grandpa was the son of a blacksmith, and he was a welder. And he welded the stainless tanks that are at Coors and Golden that they brew the beer in. But he died at
Right
like
on.
61 from lung cancer. They said asbestos from the Navy ships is what they finally said from the Korean War.
Right.
Yeah, they came across a new hazard about halfway through my career. They got to all the Boilermakers that worked on the retrofits and stuff. They got to checking their blood because what they found out was that because of being a welder, it builds up arsenic in your blood. And so they got to
Mm.
checking all the welders for arsenic in their blood levels. And on one job I was on, they put 5 guys off the job because they had hit their arsenic levels in their bloodstreams, and they weren't ever going to be able to work again in that
Dang.
field because it don't go away unless you have chelation or something, and they don't do chelation. I don't
Yeah.
think in this country uh, much. They
The
do it.
way the way the way you explain that, man, like in DC, that's what happened with like the anthrax that was coming through. They pulled the first 5 or 7 people off and just sent them away, you know what I mean? But that's what was going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of craziness.
Oh
So,
I
yeah.
heard this.
hmm?
I was behind the line in the store the other day, and this lady was saying, she asked her how her day was going. Well, she said, well, she just had two transfusions, two blood transfusions, and the doctor still didn't know what was going on. But she was out shopping. I'm like, this lady's crazy. Like,
Sounds like it.
Right. What do we have? Like 5 or 6 pints of blood? 2 transfusions means you were like half dead, I guess. You know what I mean? Like to think about it.
Maybe she got using the wrong word. Maybe.
Yeah, she just had 2 bottles of banana, 99 bananas. That's what she meant.
Yeah, I mean, to get transfused is, man, that's an ordeal.
They hook you up to the
We don't
machine
have, like
and
I said, what do we have? 5
suck
or
you
6
out,
pints
pump
of
you
blood.
in, and
You have two transfusions, you're half dead, man. You got nothing. You're a sponge,
the most I ever saw come out of me was about a half a cup in about a half a second.
right?
What'd you do, man?
What'd you cut? What'd you cut, man?
I stabbed myself in the wrist with a pocket knife. A sharp, pointy pocket
Mm.
knife went right in my wrist, right here, about an inch. It went right in. I took it right out, and right away it was a fountain, straight. It sprayed like 4 feet as I was turning. I turned to grab it because I saw what was. I was like, ah! And I turned to grab my wrist, and it already had sprayed a fountain like 3-4 feet. It got all over these
Yeah.
people's bed, their carpet, I was like, oh no, fuck. It was
Yeah,
bad.
man.
His
No.
wife almost passed out. She was like, she was really pale. She was paler than
You
I
can't
was.
you can't stop those clean cuts, man.
I stopped it.
Okay,
I held
okay.
it for.
All right, so
I held
yeah,
it.
without
I held
touching
it
it
for.
because it'll stick to me.
He's hitting that elk again.
I just grabbed it and I held it for more than 20 minutes, like grabbing it tight, until my arm I was grabbing it was falling asleep. I was like, man, I don't know how much longer I can hold this. And then finally, I decided. I was over their kitchen sink, and I finally decided to take a peek at it to see how what it was doing, and it was just barely leaking. So I put the pressure back on, and I was like, all right, I think we're good and be good. I was like, just run me to the Walgreens and let's go get some medical stuff, And I took care of it myself. But yeah, that was scary for sure.
Yeah, man, that's blood. You got to watch about losing blood now. Of course, now everybody uses super glue if it's not too bad.
Right. My nose got super glued back together one time from a car accident. Busted it so hard it looked like a hacksaw. A hacksaw cut it right up here all the way to the bone. And my dad held me down on the floor and lined it up and super glued it.
That's what they do if you go to emergency room.
Man.
They super glue it.
Super glued the shit out of it over and over. We tried new skin first, but that shit hurt real bad. It was stinging like you wouldn't believe. New skin was like, yeah, inside your nose like that. It was like, holy shit.
Yeah, new skin burns, man.
Yeah, super glue. I was like, super glue. Use the super glue. But I should have cut my mustache off beforehand because there was super glue all up in my mustache. It was so bad getting all that super glue off of there.
That's hilarious.
By the time I finally went to the doctor and he was checking me out, like he looked at my nose and he said, well, he couldn't have did a better job. He said that did a real nice job.
Right? Your dad's good. Yeah, your dad's good at that.
He lined it up good.
Right? He's the nose barber of the future, man. Anybody who's got a nose barber issue, he'll line it up for you.
Get me to go to the hospital. They're like, you sure you don't want stitches? I don't know. I think it needs stitches. I'm like, I ain't going to no damn hospital. The fuck?
Yeah, stitches are no fun. Most of the
They'll
time,
send you
wait 4 hours before they'll ever stitch you up anyway.
Yeah, you wait forever, and then you're hurting then they're gonna hurt you more, and then they're gonna send you a big bill after they hurt you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for real, man. One pass with an imaging machine is $4,000. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's not right. That's not right.
Yeah,
oh yeah, the MRIs are real expensive, and CAT scans.
Yeah, medical industries.
It doesn't take anything. It's a little bit of power to run the machine. It's probably on a 50 amp breaker or something, maybe 100 amp breaker. Right. Their machine. It doesn't cost that much to run the ride.
I'm not saying it's not a super specialized, very fantastic piece of equipment that, shouldn't probably be in the room with every random patient either, because I think patients probably fuck up medical equipment, honestly. Because, people are crazier than I am. and they're in the room with all that stuff, and I know they probably fuck up medical equipment. So I'm not saying the design isn't worth the money, but hey, man, every little photograph you make out of that machine is not worth $6,000 or $7,000. Are you Mariah Carey? Why?
Like they can tell you how to pose too. They're like, now hold your breath, now don't move.
Turn
Bite
to the
down
Two
left.
on
one,
this. Bite down on this.
smile.
Oh, you look beautiful, precious. Smile. Yeah, they
Right.
got you. They got
Oh,
you.
for
The worst is that dye that they put in your and they put in your arm or whatever. Like out of the whole process of those, that was the worst part.
what is that? That's iodine in it.
That CAT scan, I don't know what they put. Some kind of metal crap
It's some kind
liquid.
of reflective metal, yeah, that they can measure, yeah, some kind of metal.
I didn't really feel it though. Not like they said. They said it'd feel like a warm feeling came over your whole body. You're gonna feel like you're gonna pee yourself. Like it wasn't pleasant, but I wouldn't say that's what it felt like. I was like, that's fucked up. They put this shit in your blood. You're like, oh.
What
And
they
then
doing? Arteriogram
Everything
on
we
you?
did recently. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do what?
I said I'm sorry to
yeah,
interrupt.
Oh,
so all that comes out of you. That stuff comes out of you. That dye, whatever crap. It came out of my toes. I got like hives on my toes. They did it to me twice. And I got these hives like welts on my toes and shit. Like so somehow that metal shit's getting back out through my feet because it's going down, it exits your body.
Right.
what were they checking for?
Oh, they did head CT and chest CT from my accident I got in January, and then I did MRI on my shoulder, I think.
I got some radium and
And
a light bulb. I'll make sure that your blood's
yeah,
clear, man.
blood draws over and over and IVs, and it's waiting. Yeah, hurry up and wait crap over and over at the hospital. Great. And then they're like, you're telling them you go down there because you coughed up a bunch of blood, and then they're like, you're fine, and just send you home. You're like, shit, if anybody should be here, should be the guy coughing up blood. They're like, but no,
Right.
you're like, oh, well, I'll need you guys then. They were wanted to send me down to a specialist, is what they wanted to do. A lung specialist in Albuquerque. It's like a 3-hour drive away, and then this place is known to really fuck some shit up because it's a university. It's UNM. It's college students doing the helping with the work and shit.
What's the closest town to you off grid? Where you're at?
Like probably, I don't know. Like town? Like what do you mean by town?
Well, I mean a place like where they've got like a gas station and a bank and
Oh, gas station. Yeah. Gas station's gonna be probably El Prado. El Prado. Taos, New Mexico.
so you're
Yeah. My wife's brother, like he was working as a stonemason, in like Pennsylvania. He got trapped for a very short period of time in an elevator shaft with the stone dust and blah blah blah, and he got blood disease like right away, like within like 10 minutes of the elevator shaft being locked down. He got a blood disease right away. That stuff is like really toxic. You know what I mean? Like no joke, man. Freezing that stuff.
yeah, that's awful. Well, Taos. I mean,
Oh,
that's a pretty popular area, isn't it? I've been through there.
It's an artist town. Yeah, it's
It's
an artist town.
pretty
And
private.
it's been the Pueblo Indians here have inhabited this area for thousands of years. The current Pueblo is over 1,000 years old, and they have history of 3 Pueblos.
Yeah, I did some photography in that area. The what is it? The Catholic church there, right outside of Taos, is famous.
Oh yeah, Yeah, there's one on the south side that's real. A lot of pictures taken of it. It's all mud, adobe.
Yeah, I shot that one, and we spent some time in Santa Fe there too. That's beautiful country out there. So, how
Yep,
far are you from Taos?
like 20, 25, 26 miles, something like that.
That's not bad.
Can you hear the towel? Can you hear the towel come?
Sometimes, when like right now, can't you hear it?
No, I can't hear it, but maybe you can. You're there.
Yeah, you don't hear it. Oh, that's beautiful. The noise canceling works good on these, then, huh? Cool. I hear
Okay, okay.
it.
That's pretty wild. You ever
For
seen
sure,
the
for
UFOs
sure.
out there?
Yes,
uh,
of course. Come
I
on,
haven't.
they're
I've
everywhere
never
out there.
seen them.
Come on.
You know, they have a UFO lookout tower up in Colorado, just north of here, up by Alamosa. Just like a little bit north of Alamosa, there's this big open place in a huge valley, kind of like here. And there's a UFO lookout tower. It's like on Google and everything. It's a business. Like it's right across
Observation
from.
deck, eh?
They have like alligators up there in that same area. There's a hot springs or something that come out in that valley, and
Weird.
there's a bunch of gators up there in the middle of Colorado. Like at 8,000 feet elevation or something. There's alligators up in Colorado.
That's bizarre, isn't it?
Like like world ends. You think you're safe. You're up in the mountains. Gators. Ah!
Boy, that'd be a bummer to get ate by a gator in the mountain. Well, we all just move out there with
Yeah.
him, Joe. Let's go. Let's all just move out there.
No, I never. No, 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 no. Look, man, the way I see it is off grid, it's hard enough, right? Like, none of us are coming to add to that.
We'll see what we can do is we can start a big community out there, and you know that way it'd be less rough. We can do like the Amish, we can help each other build houses and sheds, and
Yeah,
then we
there's
can.
some lots for lot. I mean, yeah, there's lots for sale up here for sure. Definitely, everything's for sale, right?
You say, you say
But
how you do that? Like, you say you go to a website and do that, right?
oh yeah, there's websites where you can do it, or the best place is the county auctions if you're willing to wait for people that you catch on bad property taxes, but you got to pay the taxes
Yeah.
and sit on it for so many years before it's yours and stuff. But
Oh wow.
that's
Okay. You have to
that
pay
is
it
the
off, right?
cheapest way to acquire properties for sure. But a lot of waiting, and then who knows if your area allows like if there's a home on the property allows it to be in the condition that it's in or something. You don't want vagrants in there and stuff. It becomes a whole thing.
I guess the big issue too is water, isn't it, up there?
Yeah, yeah. Everybody hauls
Everywhere.
water. There's people that deliver water. I don't know what this girl's name is, but she's been running water for as long as I've been here. She's got a truck that holds like 1,600 gallons or something, and I think she's not that expensive. I think it's like 80 or $100, and she dumps the whole load. You just gotta have
That's
a
pretty cool.
yeah, you gotta have a cistern big enough to hold it all.
That's wild.
So that's the best. That's the cheapest way to get water, probably. Because everybody doesn't have a big truck to be able to haul hundreds of gallons at a time.
Right.
But you did mention that the spring water you get, it's free because you've given away water rights, or it could be free, right? But it takes time, right? I mean, like, you have to sit there and just,
No, that's a
for
different
like
one.
3 hours.
That's a different. No, that one's a different one, Joe. That one comes down by the river. It's just a pipe that comes out of the mountain. But
Yeah, yeah,
that one's just free for anybody. That one's for irrigation.
yeah.
It's
Because
even
I've
a
ran into
sign.
those, but you have to invest your time. Now, when I see the electric cars, same thing. They got to plug up for an hour and a half and stay over there. You know what I mean? That's pretty weird. And then when I understand they have to pay for it too, I'm like, that's even weirder. First of all, they're a captive audience when they're locked up on the electric charging unit because it's tied to a gas station that sells
you know, Nutter Butters and, you know, candy bars and Arizonas and Gatorade. You're a trapped audience already, and you're stuck there for this time. And you pay for it? Wow. You guys are pretty cool. It's crazy. That's crazy.
Bradley and
What's
a half.
going on, Bradley?
Interesting.
We're doing fine, man. I just don't know how you find that time. I don't know how you find that time.
There's always time. I don't know. There's you gotta.
So
I
what's
mean, I understand people who can plug vehicles at home at you know at home and go to sleep or whatever because there is time to charge them. But to go out somewhere and to be stranded for however long a fast charge takes, you know.
No, yeah, it just doesn't work. Hybrid technology is far superior versus 100%
What's
electric.
up,
Yeah,
Galaxy?
hybrid's better.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah, because hybrid technology can feed the generation of more electricity
Yeah,
on and off. You know, that's how generation works, right? What's up,
still get
Galaxy?
they still get great gas mileage. People love their Priuses for how far you can go on a mile of gas. A gallon of gas.
Heck yeah, man. I think that's the way because it recharges the electrical part, you know.
Right. Yeah, there's other manufacturers of hybrids, but they seem to be leading the way. With the most sales for sure.
Right? Thanks for coming in, Galaxy. I see you in off grid all the time. That's awesome, bro. Cheers. Whoops. Almost done with that one, but I'll be back on the air. Bye.
whatever
Hey,
happened with
Alfred, they sent it out, man. So the thing I was concerned about is I sent you videotapes, and I just snuck in a couple of my pumpkin seeds, and I was like, man, if they see the pumpkin seeds. But you know, it was funny because there was a new lady. So the old lady who gives me a hard time, she was nice the other day, and today she was super nice because I was dealing with the new lady, and just for her like arrogance, she was like, "I know better than you." She was like, no, he could just send a book with a sticker. Like that's what she was saying. I was like, and she was like, can he send videotapes in a bag? He can send a book with a sticker. She was all like snappy with her and shit. So they actually sent it to you. So you'll find that my bonus organic material that's not allowed is just a couple of pumpkin seeds.
Cool. I'll plant them. I'll plant them right away because
Good
I
luck,
still don't have any
man.
pumpkins. Any pumpkins up?
Good luck, man. They smell great. Those pumpkin seeds smell good, man. That's just a good sign.
man, I wish my
Yep.
state would legalize weed.
Where are you at, Cosmic?
Tennessee. I mean, they'll be the last one in the U.S. to ever do it because that's just how ignorant they are. We're like we're like the center of the universe for stupid. You know, if
I
you look
mean,
up stupid in the dictionary, it's got a picture of my snake.
You do have a city called Crashville.
You know, you talk about Nash Vegas. Yeah, Nash Vegas is almost like going to a different country now because all these people from up north and out west have moved in there and run off all the locals, and it's hard to find the actual Tennessean in the city of Nashville. Now you can get out in the outlying area there, but yeah, and I used to hang out in Nashville years ago.
but you
And
have strip clubs. I want to go to a strip club. I've never been.
go to a what strip
Never
club?
mind.
They got one
Never
right there
mind.
on the interstate in Nash Vegas.
You probably got one on like three of them on your block. I'll be there.
Yeah, that's probably my second favorite place is where Tennessee meets Georgia, like where they come together. Those hills there is like one of the prettiest places in the whole country.
Yeah, there's some beautiful. Tennessee's a beautiful state. I live in the eastern part of the state, and I'll tell you, it is a gorgeous state. But the problem is the religious BS. You know, they don't
Yeah.
they 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 don't want to think about anything, if they can't look it up in the
Is
Bible,
this
you can't do it.
is this where they have like billboards out there for like mega churches, like like whoever the dude is with the tie, and you drive by and everybody filters in, and I didn't know about stuff like that. My friend from Maryland told me, because he went for a funeral, and I was like, for real? And he was like, yeah, that's how it is. He's like, they got mega churches and they got billboards, and
Yeah,
I
they
was like,
we got
wow,
quite a few mega churches, but they have also got the pinnacle of the bottom of the religious, thing is the Independent Baptist Church. You got
okay,
a guy with about a sixth grade education that had a vision that he's supposed to be a preacher, and he starts a little church out in the middle of nowhere, and he's got like 25 members, and
oh man,
now, now they can really come up with some original material, you know, and it's
yeah, yeah.
not inclusive of anything or anybody. It's Pontius Pilate and the nail driving five, man. That's you know,
So
they
this is just like dirt floor beginnings and like your own dreams and things, and
yeah. We got snake handling
That,
church.
these were my visions. Oh, everybody wants to know specifically off grid, to introduce the pups, and please do.
that was that was Gene. That was Gene we had on camera.
What's up, Gutrat? I heard. Where's Gus? Yeah, where's Gus? Hi,
Hey,
Gene.
big
I
boy.
love off grid
Hey, big
dogs.
boy.
Where's Gus?
Come here, big boy. Come on, come on. Come around. Oh, down
So
here, Gus. Come on.
Gene was
Come
on
on,
screen.
Gus.
Sorry, Gene. Gene was on screen, and here comes Gus.
Come on, Gus.
Big Gus,
Come here,
man.
big.
Big Gus.
Come here, big Gus. Over here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on.
Good
Yeah,
looking
come
dog.
over here. Oh God, he's huge. And this is getting attacked. He's getting attacked by Gene. Oh, it's a big boy. Oh, he's a big,
What's Gene
huge
doing?
dog. Oh, she's biting him. She's attacking him actively on the legs. Like he's like, there, you're okay. I got you.
Good looking dog.
Oh, there's Gus. That's Gus.
Joe, you need to
I
get
know.
somebody else up here so I can go shoot some
scared.
tarot decks.
You're gonna
Shoot,
do what? You're gonna shoot pterodactyl?
Yeah, I need to finish editing one. I ran across a rare one today, and I'm trying to get it finished. There's only 800 of them ever made. And,
All right. Hold on. That's black and white. Is that like? Oh shit! I pushed the wrong button, Cosmic. He knows I wouldn't have done that to him. He knows what I did. He knows. He
Whoops.
knows what I did. I'm sorry, Cosmic. Whoops. I said, is that black and white? Whoops. Poor Gus. Poor Cosmic, man. Shit.
It's got dark where you're at
My
now,
bad. He
Joe.
was like, you need to get somebody else up here. No, I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to get him in.
He'll be back. He'll click the blink. He'll be back.
No. He's got to go. He said he's gonna shoot. He's gonna shoot 2 different tarot decks for his channel. That'll take time, man.
Oh,
Right. And he was like, you need to bring somebody else up. Well, I don't have anybody, but if they want to, there's the link, right? So.
yeah. These dogs are trying to go outside. They're trying to go out over and over.
Yeah.
Gene's telling me.
Okay, take him out, man. I mean, if that means you have to go, that's fine too. But just take him out.
Come here.
Peace and love to you too, Cosmic. Thank you, man. Tell Cosmic
Yeah, I gotta drink more Mountain Dew. You know? Do you do the dew?
I wouldn't mind. 2 years ago, I was drinking Mountain Dew, man. I loved it. But today I asked for Powerade, and dude gave me a Coke Zero, and I was like, no. I wanted like no carbonation. I wanted something smooth. Oh well.
I've been
I
checking
got a
the
light coming
temperature.
tomorrow.
I've been checking the temperature inside my fridge with the digital thermometer, and
Yeah.
it's been in there all day, and it says 40. It's perfect.
Right on. Right. A Mountain Dew at 40. Yep.
Now, don't
It can be
shake it,
cold.
but turn it and turn it and turn it because of the tails, because the citrus tails. You already opened it. Too late. Too late. But yeah, they do come through as tails. You can see them in the clear ones. You know,
All right.
it's just natural
There's
citrus solid.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I could. So if I turn my fridge, the temperature down, the freezer or whatever, it's gonna
Yeah,
become a little less efficient. We'll use more power. But like,
right,
I
right.
wonder if I just take it up because I got plenty of power. If I just take it up one notch on the coldness, like how many degrees does that drop it in the fridge? Like, does that go to 38?
Yo, off grid, like for real. You know, just hold on. Obviously, there's a helicopter ready to shoot somebody right here. So,
Have evasive maneuver, practicing evasive maneuvers for flying objects.
hold on, hold on. No, no,
Always training.
as much, as much of like slumlord that they are here, right? A couple of times they told us like they were like, oh, we have like resident rewards, which aren't resident rewards, but they're new appliances that give them tax breaks because it's more energy efficient. So they do tax breaks, you know. So they've been trying to replace our refrigerator like 3 fucking times, and I was like, "Fuck no!" I said, "No." I said because it keeps everything cold, and guess what? It's quiet all day. It doesn't go bzzz, bzzz. So it just stays right where it is. It's perfect. Like if I turned it up or I turned it down, maybe there's a problem. But I was like, we are not going to change this. You bring me in some other refrigerator and it starts buzzing all day, and our refrigerator is just fine. I am not messing with that alchemy. No way. Because the the dryer replacements, every time they give it to us, it's worse. That's why I have to run away and say I have to kick back the dryer. My wife was here today. Like I said, she said she came to speak. I was too busy, so I kept running around anyway. But she even said, "Oh, I kicked the dryer back for you when I was gone." But it's because every time we had a replacement there or whatever, it gets worse and worse. But the refrigerator, I was like, "No, you mess with that. That's the most important appliance to the humans that live here because it's their food." You know what I mean? Like it's the most fucking important thing. We have a flushing toilet and a refrigerator.
Yeah, my fridge allows my lifestyle to change. My freezer with having meat in there for like I never had meat as an off-grid person until whatever, like less than a year ago. Like I
And
never had consistent meat.
you know how many casually homeless people that I've seen off grid freak out because they don't get enough meat or whatever, and they don't know because occasionally they eat a beef and bean burrito. So they think they're eating meat anyway, but they don't get enough protein. And after like 3 weeks, they start getting, you know, perturbed and ferocious, So I've seen like casually homeless, like living out of a car or living near, a sort of a wasteland where you can get a bunch of free shit, or whatever, but I've seen them. You're eating green beans and you're eating red beans and you're eating brown beans and all that stuff gets processed through you and you lose energy processing all that stuff through you and you don't have any pemmican or turkey jerky. You don't have anything to take with you for like 6 hour trip, and you don't
you
really realize
you
it. You
fry
think you're
you
fed.
fry you fry onions up. You cook onions until they start to turn almost black, and then you put those in
Yeah.
your burritos, and you think it's bacon. You trick yourself.
Oh boy,
Like
that's what I do when I camp anyway, because I know I'm gonna have to. See, when we do it, we'll go to a campground for 2 days and schedule one shit motel for one day. So 2 days in the campground, and we're basically just backpacking and whatever you call it, tailgating out of a car anyway. And then the third day, we go to that motel so that we can get that hot shower. Because even out in the campgrounds, you just have like the outdoor shower and like that. So that's the way we do it. But yeah, of course, if I go and I'm just wandering around, I have this little tiny grill. I put it in my pocket. I'll dig a hole and I'll cook wild onions while I'm out there to have a delicious flavor. You know what I mean? It tastes good. It almost tastes like sirloin, but there's no nutritional value. It actually breaks down because it's a metal. It breaks down enzymes in you and flushes them out. Actually, even through your skin and your toes because it's a metal. An onion flushes that shit out. But I do it for the flavor. But I already know, like at the end of this, I'm gonna hit up a truck stop. I'm gonna get a new T-shirt, some
Yeah,
sunglasses,
yeah, we don't get the T-shirt and shit and yeah, get to go to the truck stop after this is over. We just get to keep doing it, Joe. Joe,
I
like
can't. I
that
can't,
Survivor
bro. I
game.
can't.
That remember there's that show Alone. That shit would be
Sure.
easy
Yeah.
if you let me take Gus. You know,
Well,
we'll leave
right. That'd
Gene
be
at home,
cool. That'd be cool.
but you just let me take Gus. We'll win that show easy. That's easy.
I'd love to
100
see that.
days.
I'd
A
love to
hundred
see that,
days. Me and Gus. Oh, and they're gonna put us where there's water. Oh, we've been places where there's no water.
man. Right? There you go, man. There you go. I'd love to see you do it. 100 days, naked and afraid. Gus and
Without Gus, though,
Gus and
I don't know if I can do it without Gus. No way. It'd be way
that's an
harder without
interesting
Gus.
thing. Yeah.
Gus, I can do it. You take away Gus,
Yeah.
I might not want to do it.
Well, how do you know? Because right now they run together. Like I see what they do when you take a walk, So how do you know how Gus would behave if you even separated him from his situation?
No, he'd be good. He's fine.
Yeah, yeah,
Gene misses a whole lot by the time we got back.
right, right. But Gene would be older, and that'll be a good thing, right?
Right? No, because they should be trained in by the neighbor.
No, she'll just be wearing diapers.
Oh yeah, so pink girl. Yeah, it'd be fun. I always thought like that show Survivor, like that really wasn't hard to survive the amount of time. Like that wasn't the hard part. The hard part is the social aspect of the show and trying to be the popular one that doesn't get voted out. Like that's the hardest part of the
Voting
show,
part,
right?
right?
How do you get to be the one that's favored and just enough?
I think
Like
I think the funny part of Survivor is the most obvious part, right? Like somebody like me who's like in that, or we're gonna set this up, it's gonna be like totally crazy. But they figured it out more than the producers and the directors and the thought people figured it out. The people on the ground figured out, no, this is how you play a game. And then they started coming up with their own rules, and that's what the seasons became about. Like in 3, 4, it's like
yeah,
now we figured out how to make alliances.
the first
So
season really
it was
was more like
crowdsourced.
survival.
First season was funny. First season was funny, and it was like people getting mosquito bites and shit. Ha ha ha. People being like, "Oh, there's no suntan lotion out here." Well, put some mud on your ass. Ha ha ha. But when they figured out the game better than the game writers, you know what I mean? Like that was the funny part. So like from season 3 on, it was like crowd figured out. So they figured out how to make alliances and fake alliances and all this stuff. They wrote that shit. Like the people who produced the show didn't know that. They didn't figure out the what is it, the rock paper scissors of the game. They didn't understand there was like a fourth layer. They didn't see it. But now all these shows are like that. I was just seeing Big Brother clips now because there's a Big Brother controversy about, I don't know if you saw that, but it's Mickey Rourke and JoJo Siwa, and it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
They got Mickey Rourke in the Big Brother house or whatever.
He thought he might make it 4 days. He made it like a couple weeks, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh shit!
The
Like
Pope
that'd
of
have been
Greenwich
rough.
Village
Like
was in
I hope he held it together. Probably not though, huh? It's like Totally was like
No,
slamming
no,
bottles left and
immediately,
right.
immediately he blew up, and then he left, and like, cause he first like sauntered in, as a vision, and then he blew up and freaked out, and then he left, and then he came back, and he's like, and then he was like, look, the thing is, like, I haven't even like seen another human being in 6 years. That was and they were like, "Huh, you used to act, huh?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, it's been real tough after COVID." And they were like, "No, no, no, we mean like 20 years before that. You used to act, right?" Nah, he didn't. He didn't last very long.
Oh
It
no.
was great.
He was such a good actor when he was young. You know? Like that's like dude.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm still watching him. He's winning.
I
I'm
like
still
him. I
watching
liked
him.
it. I liked the what was it called? The wrestler or
The
some
wrestler,
shit. That was
yeah,
good. I
wrestler was
liked it.
awesome.
There was a lot of emotion he put into that movie.
Yep, yep. He was playing Super Nintendo in a trailer, man. With the kids.
What
Remember in the neighborhood?
like probably in regular Nintendo. You think it was Super Nintendo?
I think it was in that movie. Yeah, I think it was Super Nintendo in that movie. Yeah, because remember, it was the neighbor kids and him, and I guess maybe there was like a character based on him in there or something. But he's just trying to make it as a grocery store worker, whatever. It's
That's
hard,
not
man.
gonna work. Right. I want to bag some groceries. Like, can I bag groceries and push shopping carts? Like, how the hell do I get that job? What a sweet
I
job.
tried to at the end of my uncle's life, where he was just like, "Oh, I don't have anybody, I don't need to," because I was like, "You don't like use your refrigerator, you don't cook at home." No, I just go to the one diner in the bar. I'm like, why? Like, why? And then it's like, well, I'm just one person. I'm like, okay, okay. And I was like, but all the like gas stations and grocery stores, there's one guy who just delivers magazine. He comes through once, maybe twice a week, because there's two different schedules of magazines. There's all like the tabloids and crosswords, and then there's like the weeklies, and so twice a week. And I was like, you should just do that. You should just do that so you could socialize, so that you're not in a bubble, and just say hi to people for a few minutes a day and just go away. I was just
You
like,
got
please, man.
Connect Four, Joe?
Why you want to play?
I never played
I
one
can't.
yet.
You're gonna beat me so hard. You don't know what I did. Okay, so the reason I said there's only a quarter of that rosin left is I sublingually took the first quarter of the rosin. So I rubbed it around in my. You know how they say you rub your palate with your tongue and stimulate your pineal gland. I did that for 11 minutes.
Uh,
Anyways, I'll be right back with it. Okay, I got Connect Four. You're gonna kick my ass.
probably not. Probably not.
I got
What's
no
happening?
focus.
What's happening in chat? Comments,
They
people.
don't. They don't know, man. They don't know. You want to be red or yellow? I'm gonna go first
yeah,
because last time I didn't.
Gus is gonna be 8 this year, and Jean is less than 6 months old. Or no, she just turned 6 months. Yeah, she's 6 months and a couple of weeks. Yeah, yeah.
So back when I was a kid, people used to generalize that dogs live 7 years for R1, but I don't know what that means. That they die sooner, I guess. Right?
Yeah,
Yellow or
for
red?
sure. Yeah, Gus is an old man. He's passed me up. It doesn't matter. Yellow, I can see yellow better.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go first here. That is 1, 4, 3, 7, so forth. So I went to 5. You're yellow.
You're in. You're in. You're in. Which way's what? Where's one at?
You can't see it. Hold on. I'll show you. Hold on. You can't see it.
Yeah, we're.
I'll turn off the front light if I have to.
I can
One
see. No,
is
I can
here.
see just fine. Okay. You're
Okay.
okay. One's on the left. Okay. Okay. Get. Oh, that he's went away now. He went away. Your camera dropped off, Joe. Your cam button. There you go. Now you're back. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go 4.
Very, very best move.
Oh shit. Okay. 5.
What am I looking at? You have to understand, I can't really see the chip colors over here. Now that I turn off the light. Okay, so you went here.
Oh shit. Okay. 3. Shit, he's got me on defense. Fuck. Okay. Hang on. 2, 3, 4. 4. 4.
Whoop.
4.
Okay.
Hell yeah. We got to stop that somehow. I don't know what's going on there. He's just going to go for the sky.
The thing is this, though. It doesn't matter really if I turn it this way, but I won't. We're still looking at this. It doesn't really matter, though, right now. Yeah. So what I'm scared of, I'll just kill it right now. I'll kill it.
Okay, he went in 1, huh?
Yeah, I went in one.
Let's
Couldn't
see.
see it. Yep, because what I was afraid of
3.
is you going for that one.
3. 3.
Going in threes. Going in.
Shit.
Yeah, that looks less good. I mean, I'm not saying
Okay.
anything, but it looks
Okay.
less good.
2. 2.
You gotta be
Gotta go
kidding
in.
me. You gotta be. You're tempting fate.
I gotta go in 2. 2.
All right. You want to go into? He wants to go
Where
into.
you go?
That
Where
means
you
how
going?
do I win over here? I can't win over here because of this, because of this, because of this, because of this, because I win.
There you go.
I win. Ready? I go in 2. If you try to
You're
block me
going.
here, I win right
Oh shit! I didn't see the other way. Yep, you're right. You got me.
here. Okay.
I didn't
We're
see the
done.
other
We're done.
diagonal. Yep, I didn't see
Yeah.
the one going this way. I saw this one, but I didn't see that one. Smoked me.
Oh
Nice.
shit.
He rolled me up and smoked me. Put that in your pipe and
Well, now
smoke it.
I couldn't barely pay attention, but at least now I can turn the light back on.
That's hilarious.
Right now, I just have a flashlight off grid because I literally am getting
How
a
do you,
light tomorrow.
how do you get a logo? What's the deal? How come you got this fancy logo and I got nothing? I got nothing.
You have a StreamYard account?
No.
I
Nope.
mean, a free one. I just have a free one. That's why it runs out every month, right? I start over every month on the 9th.
Yeah, no, I've never.
Just go
I've
to
just joined. I've
StreamYard.com.
just.
They'll, they'll make it really scary because they'll be like, do you really want to give StreamYard all the permissions to your YouTube? It doesn't mean anything. Like right now, I can't post a comment, but if I hit like, okay, because they'll warn me again, then I can. You know what I'm saying?
So it's kind of weird, but no, you just go to StreamYard.com, you just get a free account, and then you can manipulate it. You can add shit. Maybe you can add shit where you're at. I don't know. You got your name on it, right? Go to the backstage. I don't know. I really don't. But I can ask
No,
for
it's all good.
McChickens,
Yeah.
and I
So
can
I
play.
took the.
I can play
I,
Jimmy's music. So
hell
you
yeah!
took the what?
I lowered the fridge a notch. We lowered it to a
Okay.
colder temperature. We're gonna see what it does. I opened the door a few times though. Now it says warm. It says 42 now. So now we gotta wait for it to run again. It'll run pretty soon.
Yeah. You let in a bunch of like interference essentially, right? So
Yeah, the
wow.
freezer
So
stays
yeah. So
pretty
yeah.
stable. I got the freezer is stacked. I think there's like 60 pounds of chicken leg quarters in there, plus all kinds of other shit. Like it's
Yep.
yeah, solid brick up there.
Oh yeah, man. And my grandmother on my father's side, she always just grabbed like chicken thighs because they were the cheapest per pound or whatever,
Yep.
and she used them for so many things that I learned how to season and flavor them. But I also learned myself like there's so many different ways to prepare it. If you throw like you said quarters in or whatever, throw them in the oven. Once they get to a certain heat, you can literally squeeze tendons and they'll pop off the bone. And then you can grab the whole hunk like in one piece of integrity, you know what I mean? Because you can literally pop tendons off the bone once you dry them out somewhat in the oven and shit. And then I'll put them back in oil and cook them in the oil like in a roasting pan and shit. They go crazy and it
Yeah,
tastes like chicken wing, I guess, but better. Better.
crock pots. Crock pot's a good way to cook for off grid because it doesn't take a whole lot of power to run the crock pot. It just takes a number of hours, right? All day. Like
For
the
sure, for sure. Yep. Yeah, I have two rice cookers, but the first one I got it out of a 7-Eleven. It was filthy. It was plugged into the light pole. Somebody made lunch and just left it plugged into the light pole. So I took it home, I clean it up, I scrub it out. And when I get it working, you know how it's supposed to just get like the gravity. Once the moisture leaves enough, the gravity pulls it up and the thing will pop. So it'll shut off. It wouldn't shut off for a while, but I still use it now. And now it works perfectly. But I got it off of a light pole because some workers were like, oh, yeah, for lunch, we're just going to make a pot of rice and leave it. Whoops. It was pretty cool.
oh yeah.
Pretty cool. They were hungry,
Have
bro.
you
They
ever
were hungry.
I got these flowers from somebody. They're called lantana. I've never grown them before. Lantana, lantana.
Nah, I never heard of it.
I'm gonna have to grow them. And I got all this big bag of cosmos seeds. So I need to get
Oh
cosmos
yeah.
going too because I got a whole giant zippy full.
My wife has something like that. Hold on a second. Let me see what she has. She has this little box. Hold on. Because like these seeds that I had were supposed to be hers, and I don't know what this is. Oh shit! I was picking up that pipe. Hold on a second. But like this says like flower rocket.
I got chia
I
pet
don't know
or
what that
something.
is.
Cha
Just
cha cha
wild flowers,
chia.
I think. No, I think it's just wild flowers, right? Watch me kick myself out, right?
Yeah, wildflower. A wildflower banks. Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Whoops.
Cosmic, come back. Nah, he said, forget that. I have work to do.
Work to do. Work to do. Things to do. Things to do.
Well, nah, exactly like you. He has to do more videos,
More videos. Yeah, more napping.
I mean,
A little
like
bit.
the last time you had to step down, it's because you had to keep up, right?
Had something to do. Yeah, I had
Anyway,
something I had to do. Yep.
Rolling up a fresh one. Gotta talk to yo, baby. Thanks for hanging out. Good night. Good night. See you.
Hell yeah.
Yep, I'm still smoking. What's left in this? This is nice.
Yeah, Galaxy's a good dude.
Good night. Hmm? Who's that? Cosmic?
Galaxy's a good dude.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. Galaxy's a good dude.
I watched a bunch of his videos last year. Got to know him a little bit. Now, Cosmic's chill. I like Cosmic. He reminds me of somebody I know. For some reason, he gives me that
Oh
vibe
yeah.
like I already know. I feel like I already know Cosmic. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Cosmic, I mean, like he's told me he's been in position of teacher, preacher, and all the others. So, like, I guess he's got to foster that too, right? Steve, his name's Steve. That's what he said.
That was my uncle's name. It's a good name.
You you don't have your parents anymore, or your mother's around, your father's not, and you have sisters, but
They're just not good parents.
oh, so they're both alive, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they're both still alive. They're just not
I hear
good.
you,
They're not good parents. They're not good parents. We don't communicate with them anymore.
right, right. But grandma was real
They,
good, and I understand that.
yeah,
And like
yeah,
you
fam.
mentioned Grandma Wrangling, and I understand what Grandma Wrangling means. Like my one of my best friends, Mark in Maryland, like he used to live with Grandma. She passed away, but um, she was like that, and her son was a very high potential dude, but so was her dad, right? But they didn't handle shit right. You know what I mean? Like her dad and her son were both like real high potential talented dudes that just didn't handle shit right.
Uh-huh.
But she kept a lot of the family together, and she definitely kept them all accountable and stuff. Galaxy is here, yeah. We didn't say Galaxy was a good dude. We said Galaxy is a good dude.
Gus,
Yo, yeah, I definitely got to check out your new videos, bro.
Gus, come on, go over here. Hey, Gus. Ooh, he's lucky. He chased something out of the yard, and he went all the way to the edge with Gene running after him. He almost left the yard, running after probably a rabbit.
A rabbit, yeah.
Good boy. Yeah, he was probably chasing a rabbit. Good boy. Good boy for stopping.
I
Because we don't need him.
confuse. We have a squirrel that comes up here all the time. Okay, no big deal, And we also have, like I said, we have this wasp contingent that comes up here year after year. So they have to be communicating by DNA or whatever, I guess, or impulse of whatever that they pass on. And but I confused both of them recently, hanging out here, and I moved just a like a blanket around on the wasp, and the wasp started acting so funny because it would go to where it's supposed to be but be too high and touch down and then just like freak out and start over and then go way back and start boring down. Okay, cool. And then it would get back up, get closer, bore down, bore down. So it was just trying to find a place it was supposed to be without resistance. So watching that whole process happen was interesting as hell. It was just like, I'm supposed to be there, but when I tried to go, I was boring down and I hit resistance. So it kept backing up and starting again, backing up and starting again. Very, very interesting. And then the squirrel, just because we changed things around, I just had to tell the squirrel, like, go away. And they were mad at me. Because
It
usually it's
was
no
a
big deal. But we move things.
it was a rabbit. I just saw the rabbit. It was leaving. It must have ran into the neighbor's pile of stuff, and then it just left from there.
Have they ever grabbed one?
Gus has had two in his. One of them he had it halfway ate by the time I got out here. Like it was like half the rabbit was gone. And another
Dang.
time, yeah, he had another rabbit in his mouth another time. So I think maybe he's caught 2 over the time we lived here. I don't want him doing
The
it though,
first time
because
he
they could
went
have
in,
worms.
ate half of it. He didn't just bring it to you. He didn't bring it to you. He ate half of it.
It was gonna eat the whole thing. It was like it was going
Oh
down.
yeah.
He was like, oh, he was going right down his neck. He was gonna swallow the whole damn thing.
Yep. Well, that's why I asked, because a lot of times they do bring it to you first, and he didn't. He was like, "I'm going to do this the first time."
Right?
You stop
He's like he.
it.
What was it? What was that? It's he pulled a fat ass or whatever. He's like, get in my belly.
Oh, oh shit! Damn it! What is? Fat bastard, fat bastard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fat bastard.
with the kids all the time, we call him Fat B. Yeah, fat bastard.
Hey, Gene.
They love those movies, man. They love them. You look tasty and I'm dead sexy. Gets in my belly. Now they have like the Scott like lawn spray guy now with he has like dyed red beard.
Sorry, go ahead and chase the dog down. Come on.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, speaking of tasty, my daughter was watching Vern Troyer's YouTube channel when he died. And so I had to tell her, and she was like, I had to tell her, I was like, little guy died. Because she would watch him and just say, "Oh, it's little guy," and I was like, "Do you know what I mean?" And she was like, and I was like, "Well, little guy died. Like he's not gonna make videos anymore because he's not alive anymore." So Vern
Huh.
Troyer was my daughter's. That was her lesson of death. It's not a bad one. But I was like, yeah, little guy, he died.
You know what's really
But he
weird is
made
that
some really cool YouTube videos.
yeah.
Yeah, and she just happened to
StreamYard
be
uses
watching them.
way less. StreamYard uses way less battery power than YouTube. Way
Do
less.
you? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? It's a filter. I think. I think it's a filter.
Because we're uploading, even though it says we're not. We're uploading. We're uploading the video fucking
Right.
live all the time. It's uploading it. That's why it takes so much data and uses so much battery power. Like here on StreamYards,
Yeah.
like it acts different. It's like they're uploading it. We're sending it. You're sending it to StreamYards, but they're uploading it to YouTube. So your device doesn't take all the. I don't know. It works different somehow. It's way
Well,
easier on
I
your
think,
device.
and my father was just telling me I'm crazy because we spoke, across the table. But I think, like Party, right? They pay everybody, right? But I think they use packets of data because when you go there, it always asks you to verify yourself and blah blah blah. Except cookies, verify yourself as a human, and then your usage goes nuts. I think they use packets of data from people's phones, 250 million at a time, to mine cryptocurrency, and that's how they pay everybody. Because what is their product
Yeah, that's how
otherwise?
our.
What are they
That's why our
selling it
battery.
for?
That's why our. Yeah, that's why our batteries are frying on our phones and shit while we're on there. It's like, yeah, something else is
Yeah.
going on, huh? They're making your phone do some
So
other
they
tasks while
mine
you're
the
on there.
data. They mine your data. They do it specifically for crypto, and that's how they can give these guys crazy deals. Because they pay everybody. My son is a Twitch partner, so he's paid. But usually it's people buying subscription. It's not like he makes $100.
Oh yeah, did you see they upped the subscription on YouTube to like $14.99?
Mm, nice.
It was
Nice.
$5. I think it was
In
four
Twitch,
ninety
that's
nine.
more like what do you call it here? It's more equivalent here to what do they call it? Member when you have a channel. So
You actually write the price, but it's you should probably charge at least $6.99 or $9.99. To cut out a joker who will pay $4.99 a month to fuck you over all day.
I heard the average household spends like $150 a month on different subscription services.
Yeah, man, cable's more than that. Cable's more than that.
Like Disney Plus and shit. That shit's expensive, man.
Yeah, people pay that forever. Yeah. No, I can ask my
Hell yeah.
nephews for you, but they probably spend $220 a month on all that shit because they have to
Yeah,
have Disney
yeah. The
Plus,
average is
Paramount Plus. Yeah, and then they got to pay the
yeah.
extra premium service, which is like for less ads, but they still throw ads at you like normal. Uh-oh, you got a Mancala game we're gonna play? Are we about to play Mancala? Othello?
Oh, fellow.
Othello?
I
Yo,
used to
what's up,
play this
Ever
game
Inferno?
it was called Hero Quest. It was a game board or a board game. There goes my dyslexia. That's my dyslexia.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
it
Me
was
too. Me too.
a
I had it
board
too.
game. It's the words that come out scrambled sometimes. I don't see things backwards.
No, my wife and I both have dyslexia, and she's left-handed. I'm right-handed. We bump everywhere. It's like it's all fucked up. It's all fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
So what is it called? What Quest?
It was called Hero Quest. Yeah, it was a really cool board game. It was like, I don't know,
Milton
it's just a
Bradley?
pretty simple game. Only takes like an hour, maybe 2 hours to finish it, maybe. It was up to like 4 players or something. You roll dice and there's cards you draw and stuff. And it's kind of random. Like you'll go into these different rooms on the board game. You'll roll dice and move the squares for your little character, and you'll move into the room, and then that's when you draw from the deck. Like the room itself says like draw 3 cards or something. So those 3 cards will be like the enemies or treasure or whatever's inside the room. Like, and so you have to then, if there's monsters, you have to attack the monsters and stuff.
Have you
I
ever
forgot
heard
what
of
the goal
Time
of.
Lord?
No, that's a Nintendo
It's
game
from
though, huh?
it's a Nintendo, but it's also from Milton Bradley.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, yeah, they did board games.
What's
Right,
going on,
Monopoly.
Ever Inferno? How you doing?
Hello, Joe. Hello.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Another day. Got the little. I'm
Heck
feeding
yeah.
the little beast. Feeding the little beast, and she's chowing down. Sorry if she's making noise.
What's she eating?
Pedigree.
Oh, wait, hold on, Joe. I need to rejoin my networks.
Okay, no problem. Go back down. I'll bring you right back up. No problem. Thanks, Ever.
Yeah, she's chowing down on pedigree. That's what
Right on,
Gus
right
eats. So and she never got puppy food. I never gave her any puppy food. I just
Yeah.
only gave her because she was already several months old when I got her.
Dude, our kids barely ate baby food, right? But they would like a dessert. That's the one thing they would want. So one kid, it was the blueberry buckle, which is like blueberry and like oatmeal or something from Gerber or something, and he just loved that shit. But they barely ever ate baby food. They didn't really do that. So I have a picture of my daughter. She's at McDonald's and she's like eating French fries and she's so happy. It was later on, but she because she didn't know about human. I mean, she didn't know about like full grown food either. I said human food. She didn't know about full grown food either. So once she could actually enjoy it, she was like drooling on herself.
I didn't like potatoes or French fries when I was a kid. I despised them.
Yeah,
I couldn't.
because of the
I would
saltiness,
just do.
they're all bony.
I didn't want any of the vegetables on my sandwich. I thought it was disgusting if any vegetable touched my hamburger. So I would always order
Yeah,
just cheeseburger plain.
yeah.
What a kid. I was scared of
No, no,
tomatoes
no.
and
Yeah, for
lettuce.
real. Yeah, one of my older sisters, right? One of my older sisters, because they're 10 years older than me. You know, there's two of them. She had an allergy to everything. So my dad gave her plain McDonald's hamburgers when they were like 22 cents or whatever. You know what I mean? But he did that.
Yeah.
And so when I was a kid, I used to say every time I saw an American flag, I said hammer, hammer. And you know the TV used to go off signal for every night, and so they put the flag on. I said hammer, 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 and my dad was like, "Oh, he's talking about McDonald's. He's saying hamburger."
Uh,
What's going on ever in your ever B&B?
they used to be so cheap.
Hello, Joe.
Yeah, they were
Hello,
only
peeps.
59 cents in my
Part
prime years. In my
Nice.
prime years ever.
That looks like the house that I was in high school that my stepdad built for my mom, trying to impress her.
wow. I'm actually
But
hiding
except for,
somewhere in this photo.
oh yeah,
I'm actually the
no,
fireplace.
it was much larger than that though. It
Oh
was.
wow.
It
You have a
was.
piano too?
It did. It was a
You see
piano.
Damn man,
the corner, that's where
damn
It was a
man.
it's
You know,
two-sided. It had a two-sided fireplace that was in two rooms.
wow.
you guys are talking about Jeffree Star's living room right now. Oh my gosh.
No, this would be more
He's just
glamorous.
borrowing the photo, man.
But he was a cheater. He cheated on my mom with the Dairy Queen girl that made him a hot fudge sundae and ended it all.
That's bullshit, man. That's bullshit, man.
You see in the corner of
Yeah,
my
that's
photo, we
bullshit.
have all of tapes.
Oh yeah,
We
yeah,
have your
yeah, yeah.
VHS
I
collection in the
can't
back
see
corner
shit
there.
ever. I mean, are you doing porn bombs on me and shit?
Not yet.
Okay, because I can't see. I have to tell that fucking burger boy did that shit. I can't see.
I am
What about
wearing
that
clothes.
ice? Dude, did you see that Ice Cream Man 22 yet? What a mental case. Did you see that shit yet? Oh my God.
Ice Cream Man
Is
22.
that a dude in a? Is that the dude in a hot tub? I've seen that dude like 4 times. The
No,
dude in a hot tub.
he's got a toilet seat around his neck.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh.
Sounds like someone Joe would talk to.
Just babbling, just
Yeah.
babbling.
Sounds like Joe on
Yeah.
a Monday.
He's got 1 million subs or some shit. I don't know. It's a lot.
It is Monday ever. Be so quippy. No, no,
Turks,
no.
you're
That's
too
a
far away
million
from the
subs.
camera.
Who?
I don't know. It's something stupid. Like people like craziness is what it is. They don't like normal. They don't like predictable. They don't like routine. They want something completely out of the normal whack. That's what they want to see.
And that's what I'm here to deliver.
Sure.
You're here for the
Well,
drama?
thank
Now
you.
for the drama. Let's go, Ever. 3, 2, 1, action.
I didn't say drama, I said
Ever,
creativity.
ever brings the views.
Yeah, so I'm wearing my AirPods too, but my sound is so low for some reason. Time to troubleshoot.
Well, you sound okay to us. I always tell you, like it's hard, but Off Grid is really good. He's an AirPod and mobile expert. He's figured out the you know whatever the balance is between mic and now you got that cool. I guess it's a tripod that you walk around with, right? That's pretty fucking cool.
It helps with the footage in the garden because my signal might not be the best in the garden, and where
Yeah,
it's not
okay.
moving, it helps make it clearer
I think
because I
he's good
can't
at
hold.
balancing THC and CBD.
How do you do this?
I like that myself. Yeah, dual THC CBD strains. Those are my favorite. Yeah, dual action there. Yeah,
I like THCV.
nice. I don't know what
Very
what do you think the
I've
effects
heard
are
of
of THCV?
I've
Isn't
heard
it
of
sort
X.
of
There's
like
no
a
effect. You
appetite
have to
suppressant
tap them.
almost?
It's an entourage effect.
It's like an appetite suppressant, right? Like, isn't it?
Oh,
Oh,
well, my weed definitely has that because I'll go sometimes days without wanting to eat as long as I keep smoking.
oh man, me and Joe are jealous of that.
No, I
No,
get the
he knows
munchies
I
though.
don't get
I get the
munchies.
munchies. I get the
Yeah,
munchies
no, I
though.
don't get munchies.
Yeah, I
I don't
think
get
Durban
munchies.
Poison has
I get
HCV.
drunkies. They keep me pretty fat. Drunkies.
That's funny.
I have to turn up my audio somehow. Go
I
Cheers,
catch
got
it.
my
cheers, man. I got this in my tip.
second bud back in. I just charged one of my buds for like 20 minutes because the one died. The
Oh yeah, so you were running.
so
You were running with one.
Oh,
You were uniballing
that's
for
the
a while.
that's the trick is after about 2 hours you got to charge one for about half hour and then swap them back and forth and you can kill for a long time.
oh, your AirPod buds, right? I thought you meant your weed. I was like, you have to recharge your weed.
Hell yeah! I
Like
mean, all the
having a
time we've packed it. This is like the fourth bull pack of the video, I think.
Shit, man, this is like the fifth joint I smoked since we've been up.
so
I don't
terps.
know
I
why.
have
I
this
don't even know
device
why.
that you put two different oils in, and it'll mix it and bubble it in water.
Hell
It's a
yeah!
oil cartridge, but you can put two of them in there, and then it bubbles it
Just
through water.
like Joe, but that living room, ever doesn't look tall enough for the basketball hoop. Still, like it's just still not quite enough.
Yeah. Anybody ever heard? It's the movie. The movie's called The Amateurs. There's actually two different names, but I think the winning
Basketball
name is The
playground.
Amateur. It's got what's his name? Jeff Bridges in it. Jeff Bridges is the lead in The
What?
Amateurs.
No. What is
Yeah,
it? A
yeah,
basketball
yeah,
movie?
yeah.
It's a basketball movie.
No, it's actually it's after the Big Lebowski, so he's probably typecast to be a loser, and so he's a loser. But his son has a stepdad who has a basketball court inside the house. That's all. That's all.
Nice. Well, hell
Go watch The
yeah.
Amateur. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
somebody's. That's
No, but
what's
The
up.
Amateurs is about the town coming together to make a porno so that they can make some money. And it's mostly old people that come together and try to do this thing. So it's pretty freaking funny, bro. It's got two names, but The Amateurs, I think, is normal.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Space Monkey? Yeah, I was just hitting your tip, man. I was just hitting your tip.
Hold on, I'm logging into
We're looking
stream.
at the tapes in the back corner over there, by the piano. Yeah, by the baby grand.
Is there tapes?
Next
Really?
time, get a daddy grand, okay? But anyway,
Only good tapes.
Wait, there is something over there. What is that? Over in the corner.
No,
What?
don't look. That's where I'm
No,
standing.
those are. Okay, it's probably books. Those are probably books. Okay, it's a library. Those are probably books, not VHS.
No, I don't know how to read. There's no books. Unless it's an audio book. Whoa. You
yep,
took that
just
from
the
the house.
tips, Space Monkey.
Oh, my sound. I feel like it's getting lower. What is going on? Oh, wait a
Audio.
second.
Wait till I get a library,
Oh,
Joe. When I
this is a
start getting into
challenge. Watch this.
like I got to
This is
add
a
on to the
challenge.
house.
Yeah,
I
add on
gotta.
to it. How do you do that?
I got to add on to make more space for the library, the books. Like, where's, you know,
What books are we talking about?
Oh, I don't know,
Magazines?
man.
a library,
Trust
like a
me.
whole.
Trust
Is
me.
it gonna
Like,
be
if
you
you
open
do,
it and
if
there's like a weed stash in the book and you carve out
Oh,
the
probably.
pages
no,
I
if you do
well,
need books, I have
you
so
can
many. I've
buy
done that.
those books.
from terps.com?
Yeah, you can totally buy those books. The hollowed out books for hiding stuff.
Yeah, I've made a couple in my day too, but yeah.
Yeah, they don't cost that much online. Then they even look like an old book. Like, and you could put it right in the middle of your whole library and keep stuff in there, and nobody ever know
Be
unless
like,
you
I
told
read
them.
that book so many times. I know exactly the contents of that book.
Right? $10,000 inside that book. Yeah, you could easily. Oh yeah.
Hey,
I'm just
Ever,
trying to count how many tapes you have behind you. That's like,
I don't know what you could see. Like,
1,800.
you've watched all
no,
of
1,800.
those?
no, no.
No, but nobody reads every book in their library yet either.
Okay,
Potential.
one,
You're so
one, Joe.
competitive.
How about one, Joe? Put in one.
Okay, so if you get bored, you just pick one, right, and you watch it. So you have a whole backlog right there, ready to go.
Four, Joe. Two, Joe. Two, Joe.
How do you even know that was two?
Six. Oh, he's crushing me again. Okay,
Can't even
three,
see it. It looks like it's see-through. I only see the yellow.
two, two, three, four, five.
I'm sorry, Dr. Monkey.
Listen, Josh, I didn't go to 8 years of medical school to be called Mister.
Three.
What color are you again? Shit.
That's funny.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Wait a minute. Which color? I was red. Oh yeah,
Oh
you did
God,
go.
could you
Okay.
forget what color you were?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think you need to look a little closer.
Oh. Yeah, put me on top of that, Joe. Put me on top of that stack. You know you gotta. Yep. Oh no. Oh no. He got me. I saw it. I saw it right at the last. Yep. That's it.
Ever was saying I could have already done that. That's what his "you got to look closer" thing was about. He's so competitive. He's been competitive about every single point, and then he wondered why he got banned for 30 minutes.
Who? I did not get banned. That was a mistake.
Good game, good game. You didn't get banned?
If I did, that was a mistake by you.
Okay. All right, my bad.
Yeah, that
What's
was
up?
the
What's
first
up?
time
Oh, that was
that I got
awesome.
her.
That was awesome, Alfred. Thank you. I love it.
He's kicking my ass. He's kicking my ass. Okay.
That's a 2 out of 3, man.
2 out of 2, I think.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
you
but you
already
don't
won.
count that way. You got always got to have potential. 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5. You always have to have potential.
Oh
It's
yeah,
called a
3 out of
parlay.
5. Now I got to win 3 in a row now for 3 out of 5.
Wait, Terp, tall enough to put a basketball hoop?
I
That'd be
mean,
sick.
having a basketball hoop that's opulence. That's how you win.
But why would you
I
put it
just want to
inside the
live
house?
in a fucking gym, actually, with
Well,
like a
because
basketball hoop on both sides. And
you can play in any weather conditions. I mean, inside the house, and like you gotta have a pretty good hardwood floor to bounce the ball good.
Hmm.
yeah, that's when they made all those NBA games back in the day, like, PlayStation games and whatever. The first thing they did was make sure they got like plenty of sneaker squeaks.
Oh yeah, squeak, squeak, squeak,
That's the
squeak,
first
squeak,
thing to
squeak.
do. Yeah, like you can't make a game without the squeaks on the floor. So you got to have a good floor.
Yeah, I remember the kids that used to have those marking shoes, the ones that make the big old black marks on the floor. Like I always wanted
Yep,
some of
yep.
those, but I never had them.
We had our son wanted some of those Heelys where you can ride on one wheel on the back of your heel, and we got him, or somebody got him for him, and we would never let him wear the wheel because we saw all the kids in the grocery stores marking shit up and running into shit. So he was just like literally just not allowed to put the wheel in. He was so mad at us, and we're just like, no, dude, like no. You see all these kids doing that shit, you're not doing it. You're not. This is not Grand Theft Auto. This is real life. You can't. You can't.
I see live 4 hours and 19 minutes and 44 seconds. It's going to be 4 hours and 20 minutes here.
420.
420.
Yeah, but you see the
420. Come
space on
on.
top of the cabinet over there? Someone's gonna get drunk and want to throw the ball, and it's gonna hit that. And it's gonna fly off the shelf.
You can't trust friends. No, friends playing ball in the house is a negative. That's like only like the real homies get to shoot the ball inside the house. Like everybody else is like, no way are you touching a ball inside the house.
But I could see what you were thinking. You were like, "This is my place. I'm here. I'm gonna shoot the ball. I call all the shots."
Just don't break anything. That's the idea. They're fragile things that do exist. You have to play it right. You have to
Like
not
Joe.
put those in
Man,
the ball area.
Joe
the
knows about
first
ball
time,
area.
in the 80s when it was like a thing to have like, the little basketball hoop hanging over your door or whatever. And then all of a sudden I found one that was super cheap. And once I got home and got to fuck with that thing, man, I was in there for like 2 months. And you could flip the hoop back up and even sometimes clip it back in. I love
Oh
that
yeah.
shit, man. I was so happy
Now
to
the
have
kids put
some of this shit.
LED lights in their room.
So do
It's
I.
all about how you light
So,
up
you
your
know what
room.
I mean? I listen to them. I do it too.
Whoa.
I do it too. Hold on a second here. Hold on. We're doing lighting games. Okay.
You gotta get
Here it
lit.
goes. Gotta get lit. Okay, here comes the more lighting, different lighting. Because it was flickering there a little. I saw it flickering.
I'm pretty well
I
lit.
wasn't aware the Wachutu were biters.
Oh, talk to it.
Yeah.
Talk to a.
I have no idea why my audio is so low. It sounds like you guys are whispering, but I know you're not.
Maybe is there wax and sometimes earwax gets inside your bud if it's on the screen at all.
No, I burn all my wax.
Yeah, they're not. There's nothing in there. Yeah, good. You
There's
burn
nothing
it
going
like
on inside.
candle your ears, like burn it like that. You mean?
Yeah,
Doesn't
I've
work.
seen that
That's just
before.
bullshit.
I meant I
That
put
shit's
it with my
bullshit,
shatter.
bro.
Does it work or doesn't it? Does it put wax in your ear? I don't know, man. Like,
It's total bullshit. It doesn't do anything. No.
think it works. What is all that shit that's on? I mean, it's what's on the what's.
Carbon. It's like burnt up carbon from the fact that it's like it is a wax tube, and it just it catches at the bottom, and they're like, "We sucked it out of your ear." It's like, okay, you push smoke down in my ear, and it went up in the air, but you sucked all that shit out of my head, huh? Cool.
I've done it. I've done it a few times. I don't know if it worked or not.
You should put some, cupping, right? Put some cups on your ears. There'll be brain matter inside, I guess. It'll-
Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried ever since I was a kid and I saw that Star Trek movie. Was that Wrath of Khan where they put the worm in that guy's ear or whatever? Like ever since I
right.
saw that, I was like, ah,
Yep.
like I
Yep.
don't
There's a
mess
lot of
around with
Terminator.
like,
my
there's
ears.
certain moments.
Like
Yeah, there's certain moments that have traumatized people forever. That's one of them for sure.
The other one is upsetting Joe. That's a traumatizing moment.
No, the other one, actually, Minnie mentioned is like the mouse eating the eyeball or whatever in V. Like that was one of them. Like that was a good one.
yeah, I don't remember that, but I saw V. It was like a whole series, right? Wasn't there more than there was more than one like V?
Yeah, they
The
had a mini
UFO one?
series and they had like a cable movie. Yeah, they're the best. That
Aliens.
was really good.
They were like alien human hybrids or some shit. Wasn't there on V
I
or some
remember
shit?
that show. I was watching it and then I
Yeah,
stopped.
V. Yeah, V is the Visitor. Well, were you watching the '80s or were you watching a remake or something? You got to watch the original first.
The
You know.
remake.
Ones, yeah. This was when I was a kid. Yeah, I watched them on VHS. I'm sure as a kid.
They
Like,
redid the
Yeah,
whole
so
thing.
one of those. That's one of those things off grid. Actually, is pretty cool. Re-TV. They used to make VHS to like fill your wall. So like the V series, it's just 2 episodes each. So it's like, and like so I've bought like a Batman series and stuff for my kids that are just like they're blown up. It's like 20 freaking tapes. You know
I
what I
saw
mean?
Highlander that would take up
Mhm.
like a whole one of my shelves at least, maybe like a
Yeah,
one and a
yeah,
half of my shelves of just Highlander. There's so many. Like
yeah,
this guy had them all
yep.
for like $60, like 100+ tapes.
So I think I
Wow.
have the entire V miniseries in those kind of crazy tapes. You know what I mean? So it's like 18 or whatever tapes. But no, I mean, obviously, like, if you look at it, it's just an allegory for like Nazis and stuff because they come in and then they get the locals that are
Didn't they?
like
Yeah, they shaved their heads, didn't they? Like even the chicks or something.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, for sure, yeah.
it was definitely an impression on me as a young person for sure. I watched probably a
Yeah.
whole lot of it.
Um, where is it that somewhere they have the hot poker in Indiana Jones, right? That's something that was traumatizing for kids too, like the hot poker in Indiana Jones, or the blood running through the highway and like, or the hallway in The Shining, or something. When I
Yeah,
see The Shining, like the carpet, and like the carpet pattern, right? And I see people and I watch them because that's everywhere when you go to a horror convention or whatever, and you see their reactions, and you just know whether they were too young or already old enough to watch the movie because they freak out when they were too young, like when they first got, into that movie because it's very traumatizing, or at least it's very hard intellectually. So yeah, I
Hey,
can see people like they win,
here's a
and I'm like, oh,
Joe. Am I?
sure.
Uh, is it the same boy, the Asian boy that's in Indiana Jones, that's in the Goonies? Is that the same one?
And Gremlins,
Isn't he in Gremlins? Is it? It's the same one. All right.
he's Korean. Yeah,
I just put that together in
That
my
guy's a
mind.
good
I
yeah.
actor
was
right
like,
now.
nah.
He made a comeback.
Oh
Hey, come
yeah,
back.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he's
Huh.
in a movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once, and it won like Best Picture like 2 years ago.
Oh, cool.
See
I'll
that?
check it out. I'm sure one of these days I'll check it out.
Yeah, he had like an
When it,
Yeah,
emotional
because
reunion with Steven Spielberg.
The Gremlins kid and the Indiana Jones kid were the exact same character. Data was at least a different character. But the Gremlins kid and the Indy kid were the same fucking character. You know what I mean? So I'm glad he made something else now. That's pretty limiting.
right, like the kid that was in the Sandlot. Like he's only done
Yeah.
a few different roles. yeah, kind of got stuck after a
Man,
few different roles.
I saw some fantastic movie with Haley Joe Osment or whatever in it as an adult. You know, he plays like a teacher and shit, and I was just like, man, this is a great fucking movie. You know, but he's stuck because he looks like what he looks like. You know, and it's even in the movie. You know, it's kind of like his character kind of looks like a kid. You know what I mean? Like. And it parodies or parallels reality because he is stuck because he looks like what he looks like. He can't grow gracefully, you know.
Yeah, I like them in artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that was probably my favorite that he was in.
Yeah, he did several movies for a young feller. Heck yeah, he's got several under his belt. Start him early. Start him early.
Nah, I never liked that.
The
In the 80s, they used to go to Canada and they would use everybody 19 and over, even if it was a high school movie, you know. And like that was the smartest thing to do. Like kids don't have to be in movies. Actors can play a little bit younger. You know, it's just like in, you know, whatever Japanese theater, all the actors are males, whatever, you know. So they can play females. I think you could play 10 years younger. And that way we can have a shower scene. All right. That's a good movie. Make sure they're all 22. Put them in the shower.
yeah, wasn't he in The Sixth Sense? Was that him in there?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like between Sixth Sense and Artificial Intelligence, I believe Artificial Intelligence was a better movie. You know, between those two, just for me.
It was done by
We
Steven
watched The
Spielberg,
Sixth
but it
Sense
was
and Unbreakable as like screeners in DC, so they had us watch them like before they were out. Both The Sixth Sense and Unbreakable, so both M. Night Shyamalan movies,
Oh,
and we watched
Unbreakable.
them in screening practice. Yeah,
That's a 3-part superhero trilogy now. There's Unbreakable, Glass, and then the final one, which I watched all three. I forget what the final one's called.
Unbreakable and Glass. Yeah, with uh, who's in that one? Shit, Samuel L. Jackson, right?
Yes.
yeah, he's the Glass Man.
And then they did the
Mhm.
third one, which what was it called? Was it Split? No, it wasn't Split. Split was a good movie though.
What's the one with
Okay.
Angelina Jolie and Samuel L. Jackson?
Wanted?
And she's doing the criminal investigation.
Black Snake Moan.
No,
Snakes on a
no,
plane.
that's Christina Ricci and Samuel L. Jackson, isn't it?
Which one?
Holy shit. Black Snake Moan, that's a way different vibe he's talking about.
Her movie. I can't
And
remember what it's
I
called
fell
though.
asleep many times watching that movie and had just tortured dreams.
I'm thinking of Seven. I'm pretty sure.
oh, I still haven't seen Seven, but I've seen all of the Saw movies.
Seven's killer, yeah.
Literally. That's too bad Terps doesn't like horror movies.
Doesn't have
Yeah,
that many because he has the full collection of sci-fi and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So it's just coming. It's coming.
yeah, horror's harder to find. It really is. Like for whatever, there wasn't as many horrors sold because it wasn't as common a title. So there's way more like action and sci-fi out there. Way more action and sci-fi. People call them common titles. You know, like there were.
Action and westerns are very common. You know what I mean? Like action and western will be probably the most common thing you run into, right?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, and then like the classics and westerns, yeah, are down the list. Yep, and then after that, it's like the really rare stuff is the screener so far, or even blank sealed brand new VHS tapes. Just the
Wow.
blanks.
Yeah.
Like blanks are real rare. I've only found like 4 or 5. Like
You can.
Shooting
I'm
blank.
sure you can buy them on eBay. Yeah, I'm sure. But they're
yeah,
expensive.
they're like
But by the way, I'll tell you
$3-4.
what. No bullshit.
No bullshit. Good regular cassettes are expensive. So if you want a
Mhm.
sealed like good metal tape, whether it's a VHS or an audio cassette, it's going to cost you money now because nobody makes them anymore. You know, there was the I remember when the last factory stopped making, tape. Now it's a cottage industry, but it's very small. You're not going to get quality. The quality is nothing. It's low. But so's the
Yeah,
vinyl quality now. Vinyl quality's low, man. I'm like, when did you start making fucking records in the same factory as sweaters? Why is there hair all over this? Why is it all
yeah, I missed the
scratched
curve.
up? Why is it all
Yeah,
stuck
you
to
missed the
the
curve on
paper?
that. Like
You know what I mean?
the
Like, what
time
the
to hoard
fuck, dude?
records. Yeah, the time to hoard records is like 20, 30 years ago. You could have hoarded a whole bunch for cheap, But now everybody's after them now, and then they're reproducing them now and selling them for $40. Like,
And they buy them and they get three different colors and they buy them for the cover and they use the digital download. They don't even spin them. But I'm telling you, they make them like shit. They're wobbly. They have no fill holes. They have hair in them. They have really bad like white and dry PVCs in them that anybody who fucking cared about records would never put in them. But it's like, oh,
I
it's
told you,
speckled now.
I told you about that hair that I got in one of my boxes that was totally like it was a Chinese hair inside of it because they repackage stuff or whatever when it comes over here or whatever. Yeah, it was inside
I
of
was
two
working
boxes and
at
inside.
I was working at a warehouse with this guy from Ohio that was really like he was really paranoid. So there would be something like like free hamburger day. He's like, I don't want their free hamburgers, man. They probably poison them on free hamburger day. He was real suspicious of everything, and I was working with him in a warehouse. So one day we opened this package from China and we cut it open, we're pulling the plastic off, we're moving the dusty ass boxes around, and a scorpion jumps at him and he was like, "Oh!" And then he reached in there and there was a pen and it said, "I survived Hep 3," and he threw it and he was like, "Fuck it, I'm out of here."
The fuck? Like,
A scorpion and a pen that said, "I survived Hep 3," and he was like, "Fuck it, I'm out of here today." It's
no.
funny, man.
What
But
the
that's
fuck?
why they don't want the banana, man. That deadly black tarantula. Nobody wants to deal with that shit. But yeah, there
We
was a
we got
scorpion.
tarantulas here. I pick up tarantulas. I'm not scared of them. Tarantulas aren't
I
nothing to
love
be scared
tarantulas.
of. Yeah,
No. But I said
they're.
in sailing, the banana is the hiding spider.
Oh
It's just
yeah,
like the song. Yeah, it's the hiding
banana.
spider feel.
Yeah,
Because
the banana song.
they rot so quick. Yeah, yeah,
You do
Deo,
that
yeah.
again?
How's it go?
But no, they rot so
Don't
quick.
start it
You
up.
can smell them
Don't start
forever.
the banana song, the banana boat song or whatever. Oh, Mr.
Deo,
Tallyman, tally my
Deo.
banana. Day I come and me one go home.
Iquenzo Ocha. But yeah, man. No, that smell of rot on banana is so quick. There's a lot of fruits like that. Kiwis like that, there's a lot of fruits that are like that. But the smell, it attracts
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, I've
You
been in some when I used to volunteer at the food bank, we'd be in there with lots of old bananas, like thousands of old bananas in there. And the smell
know?
that they make in the last few days of their life or whatever is pretty good. It's like,
Right,
oh,
and
a lot of
any
gas.
fruit flies in the house, they're all around the bananas. And I know if I went to a food pantry, it always smells like that. Number one, number two, I know
Yeah.
if I want those fucking bananas, I better go home, turn on my oven, and make bread right now. Because tomorrow they're just gonna be like brown and sludge. You know what I mean? It's like make bread now. Your hair is purple, off good. What'd you dye it with? Blackberry, beetle. It was purple under the light.
Yeah, it changes colors. It's the lights
Holy
up there.
shit.
I got
There you go. LED
the
strips.
LED strip lights are on it up there.
Heck
It
yeah.
changes my hair color. It'll be even more if I
Well,
do this.
that's
Like,
what Ever said all the young people do, man. Right, Ever?
Young people,
Ever all streamers of any note, right? That's what they do.
they have strip lights.
I think he left.
Young people have
He's hiding
strip
behind
lights.
that curtain.
His microphone is currently off. I can see on the screen there.
Oh, okay,
He's got
okay. I thought he was hiding behind that cushion over there. I could see it.
probably
I could see it moving.
he's taking a piss.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it was somebody started that song. I can't remember who it was the other day.
Oh yeah.
I went over to Cheyenne Singh's channel today, and she was like, "Hey," and she told me if I had a song for her, so I picked out a song, and she sang the song.
Right. That's cool. Yep, I haven't been there in a few days for sure, but I saw she went up live today. I was just still out, I think.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
cool.
always
So you were up
busy.
there today?
I just pop in for a few seconds here and there, man. Like I'm busy all the time doing all kinds of shit, you know, trying to keep up with the
Yeah.
range. Oh shit! I forgot
Yep.
to I gotta shut the chickens up. Hang on. I gotta close the
There you
doors.
go. There you
Massacred by the yotes.
go. Or the neighbor's cat. Watch out now. Now I'm gonna turn my light back on so I can see while he's gonna go rustle them up. So that I can see. Yo, chickens put away.
Yeah. They were already in bed. I just have to shut their door every night. They got a door, and then I prop it so they can't nothing get in there. They live in a metal building.
Right on. Cool.
So if something was out there at night, they'd have to make enough noise that I would hear them before they got to the chickens. They'd be out there messing with the wires and digging, and I'd probably hear something. This time of year, I always have the window open at night.
I bet you do. But if you start sleeping on the roof, I was thinking, be like me. I've got a couple of like super cheap projectors. You take them outside, you project them out there while you're going to sleep. At least you can, watch a movie. they don't
That'd be
they
sick.
don't run
I
anything
thought
but
of
a light bulb.
if I could
And a
get a
fan.
patch of if I could get a patch of grass going good enough, I think maybe some people might come and watch a movie like on the summertime.
Yeah, for sure, yeah,
If I had a
for
projector
sure.
like
I have
outside in the lawn.
two $40 projectors. They're like $40 projectors. They're a light bulb, and then you focus them. So it's got like a carved or whatever you want to say. Excuse me, a convex lens that you can focus, and then it's got obviously a fan to blow it around, and then the rest of the information it just puts a tiny little plug-in signal. One of them I have is like fucking what do you call that? HDMI. It's just an HDMI only. You put
Mhm.
HDMI in the back and you project the film, from a
Nice.
Blu-ray or a VHS. It doesn't matter. But yeah, watch them outside. Heck yeah, man. Oh yeah. Those are addictive. Yeah. The cheese. I'll tell you what I think the cheese flavor is because I like to take things like that and put it on my tongue and let it melt. I taste a cheese that's something like Parmesan. It's very salty. It's very oily. It looks all yellow and orange, but it doesn't taste like that. It tastes more like a hard cheese or like a Parmesan, all those like hard grating cheeses. That's the flavor I get. But I also get that from like SpaghettiOs.
Nothing nothing beats the real Cheetos cheese flavor. I mean, these other brands just don't do it.
Oh, you got fake puffs. I'm telling you, man. Somebody, I don't know how he spilled that batter, but he spilled some batter in the deep fryer, and it was like, oh, these are cool,
I'm sure. Yeah.
yeah,
The guy's cornbread or something started. His cornbread mix
something
spilled
like
in there.
he was making corn fritters, yeah, and he spilled them, Big puffy things, man. They're delicious.
Oh yeah, they're like the
We
most
only went
terrible
to
thing for you.
7-Eleven.
You know they are
We
like
only went
probably
to
like
Seven
one of the
Eleven
worst
today. I
things.
still didn't see that. I still didn't see that Mountain Dew logo, man. We went to 7-Eleven only today, but Ever, you're back in. I can hear you. Right? Well, we looked around at what was going on, and the 7-Eleven chips brand. Apparently, they're really going hard on Doritos because they had like a couple different Doritos copy flavors, and that's really what they took up all the real estate with. So, yeah, no problem ever.
Yeah, our C store is just like completely stuffed full of liquor and beer everywhere. Like it's everywhere.
Right,
End
right.
caps, they got wine on end caps and little islands and shit all over. They got
Ever,
singles.
I was bringing a second
They
of
got
like buzz
singles.
balls and stuff,
Buzz
like little buzz balls and all that kind of crappy stuff.
Ever, you said you could see Ever, and then it was gone.
Yeah, it's
You're like,
okay. He
I
said
can
he was
see
having
you.
network issues, and I let him down. Yeah, I let him down, and now he's going to sleep. I'm going to sleep too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, eventually. 909. It's 1109 there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Not that. That doesn't matter. What's this? Hold on. Notification. Shit. Nah, that ain't nothing. So my wife, she had the other half of the mushrooms that I had on Earth Day, and she said it was terrible. But she said so and said so, and then she was like looking back, and then I was like, well, then don't bother with the stuff that I've coming, and she's like, oh no, but I was making progress in this, and I was like, oh okay. Everybody says it's terrible. It's terrible. That's what he said, and he's sending us more. Everybody said, why'd you do more to him too?
Yeah, those are hard to quit. We got to put them up though. They're hard to quit.
Yeah, they are right. They're nowhere near as good as the Gremlin snacks. I can see that.
Hell no, you can't. You eat the whole bag of those. Those didn't last at all, dude. Those are impossible. I just laid back and ate that like half the sack, and then woke up from a nap and ate the other half of the sack.
Man, I wonder, like, if I got like some pecans and molasses and like some shaped graham crackers, like something like little Keebler guys, and then I make them in my own kitchen with like chocolate drizzle. Wouldn't that be pretty damn good? Isn't that what we're really looking for? Like,
home, homemade turtles or whatever. Yeah, hell
yeah,
yeah.
I think I could
You
do
got to get
that.
the
I think I could
caramel.
do that.
You got to get the caramel right. That's like you can't get the hard. You don't want hard caramel. You got to have it not get it too hot. I remember making some hard candy and stuff when I was in home ec in high school. They all made fun of me for
Right,
taking home ec, but I took it because all the
right.
chicks were in there. I was like, that's a no-brainer, boys. I already ate lunch with
Heck
these
yeah.
girls, and then right after lunch, I would go to the next class with them all. I was like, you guys are idiots. They're like all making fun of
Right.
me. Ha ha, you're up there
Hey,
sewing and stuff. I'm like, yeah, hanging out with the
Alfred was like,
chicks.
hey, Tiffany, we had to go to her house 3 times last week and work on these figgy pies. You know, I was at Tiffany's house and she brought me up and to work on the figgy pie.
Like, hell yeah, we were in there hanging out with the ladies.
Yeah, yeah.
It never worked out, but I tried. At least I was trying.
Hey, at least there was water everywhere. No, I don't know. I don't even know what workout means, or how it works out.
It didn't work out. Here I am. I'm in the desert, living the dream. I'm in the desert with my head buried in the sand, living the dream. Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Great.
I mean,
It's great success for me. Like, I don't know. What else would I be doing?
no, it is.
Could have done anything.
It is success. It is success. Everything you do, man, you laid every track. You're grinding your way through your own path.
Not the easy way. If I would have
No,
listened to the elders, I would have had a house when I was 20. I would have already owned it,
I've never done anything the easy way either. But the elders didn't teach me right either. They didn't know either. So.
Yep. They were just kids having kids. They never even had
Yeah,
it figured out themselves before they went ahead and put more people into the world. That's pretty normal.
yeah.
I think it took me till I was at least like 30 or 32 or some shit before I had like an adult mindset.
Yeah.
Like
Yep. I feel like this. I feel like the time that I finally left my 20s behind, meaning like actually getting an adult sort of mindset. I was 33, but I'd already been married, so I was in the place I was at, and I woke up there. You know what I mean? And so it was like I got to go now, like for a new mindset. Now I got to go deal with what he did. In a new mindset. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was like I can't believe some of that. I can't believe some of what that was. But
yeah, it used to be just as long as you had enough money to pay the rent and you had a little bit for food to make it through the week to get paid again, and nothing else mattered. You spend the rest on whatever. Blow it all.
yeah, and also when you're younger, there's more open camaraderie of like whoever's still on that same path. And so like some people work at a restaurant, there's food. Some people work at a place where there's extra beer, whatever. So all those things help too. Yeah, all those things help too. When there's a couple of roommates or whatever, and they're pulling at least a monetary share or whatever.
Yeah, I'd be good. I'd be good for working at a liquor store, but I can't drink
Yeah,
anymore. Like they could
right,
trust me with the product because I'm just not gonna do it. Like it'd be really
right.
rare.
That's why.
I don't know.
I've spent a couple of decades as a cashier because I won't steal. They find this out very quick. You know what I mean? But that's all that really matters. If you actually are handling the cash and you treat it like a commodity or whatever, dude. When we work at the place over here, it's called Jiffy Lube Live now. The outside amphitheater thing. It's huge, right? So I'd work there. Sometimes we would have a couple of drops, but still at the end of the day, I would have 16 or $20,000 in cash in front of me, and I just have to treat it like it's
Pretty good.
leaflets and put the ones over there and
From
the
one
fives
that's
over
just
there,
from
and it's sixteen
one
thousand dollars in
register.
front of me.
That's pretty good. I think
No,
my
no, it was
most
from like
ever
a tent. We were selling beer in tents. That's why, like a whole tent.
I remember one time the most I ever had in a drawer from a shift when I was a cashier was like 11,000 in cash plus like another 15 or some thousand in credit card receipts. Like that.
Well, when I was younger, if you didn't make like a 6,000 or 10,000 lunch in that area, it wasn't enough money. So that's like say a drive-through or whatever, because then you're being crushed by somebody. But no, in this other situation here in Jiffy Lube Live, which, when I was there, it was Nissan Pavilion usually. Anyways, we'd work on a tent, but if it was like a rougher crowd, they didn't have the bankers come. Because if the bankers come, they're marked, and everybody can see them come and put like money in their backpacks and jump them. So they'll make you like stash it in the back of the little hut, and so that's when we would have like the full cash at the end, and it'd be 20,000. And if you don't have the right mindset, and you look at it and it means something to you, that's your problem. But I grew up trained to be a cowboy and to not treat money as something. If you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
respectable,
I worked at
if you
the
get
at that.
respectable, then you get to swap out your coins. Like you can put in a quarter or whatever for like an old silver quarter, or you can put in two
Right.
quarters for a
Yeah.
50-cent piece, whatever. If you get trustable,
You
you know.
save it till you see that blue seal or that red seal bill. You know, a
Right,
gold
right,
a
right.
gold
Yeah,
certificate or silver certificate. You're like, I got a 20 in my for this $20 gold certificate. Oh yeah. Some
they're
moron
not gonna
spent
let
this
somebody on
19.
probation.
Right.
Yeah, they're not going to let somebody on probation make that change. But if you're trustworthy, they'll let you do that all day. And like a lot of people have
Uh,
great collections from doing that.
I worked at the highest grossing retail store in America per square foot, and they're only open for 3 months out of the year. And when I worked
Huh?
there, they did over $3 million in sales out of like a 1,000 square foot store in 3 months. So they do $1 million a month. Oh, and there's like 3 or 4 cashiers. So the cashiers are
Dang!
just busy as shit. They got like there's
What is that? A Duluth trading company?
no, it's the Scout Ranch. It's the National Scout Camp.
Ah, okay, all right,
People come
cool.
there. The people come there from all over the world. Like the Japanese come with so much cash, bro. They bring out stacks of like $40,000, $50,000 in cash, and they're buying hundreds of belts for everyone in their council that already paid them the $40 a belt or whatever, and they're there to get them all. Like
Is that is that
it,
is that a Philmont thing? Is that a Philmont thing?
that's so much, yeah.
Okay, so you worked in a general store in Philmont.
Yeah, the trading post a long time ago.
Oh,
But they
yep.
probably do even more in sales since then. Like that's over 20 years ago. So now the numbers have probably gone up because everything's gone up.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Even when I'm talking about, I mean, of course, a $6,000 lunch or whatever would probably be a big problem now. I was talking about for the area at the time.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah,
We go into the bean counters room. They hired this one guy. His name was Josh, and he was at the top of some kind of pyramid scam or near the top. And he
right.
was already multi-millionaire by like age of 20. He was like 20 years old, driving a fancy car, multi-millionaire, and he counted the money for them because they trusted him because he was already had money. They didn't. So he just sit in this little room and count everything, and we were responsible for anything that came up missing at all. Any
Right,
money that
right,
wasn't there, it came out of our ass. So we had to be really
right,
good
right,
on
right.
the. Yep, no mistakes. And I never had to pay them anything, so I did good.
Right, right, right. Man, yeah, man, yeah, yeah, yeah. You just triggered me because like that's nothing, man. I've never lost any money or whatever, so whatever. But there are margins there. If $5 a shift disappears, nobody's gonna bother anybody. It's just a acceptable error. But I was when I worked in the carrier warehouse with the with all air conditioners, that was the worst because the percentages that they were looking at is dollars in damage, not in percentage. So you move things and you damage 0.2%. You're in big fucking trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a small percentage. And then it's like, so how come I'm the dude who unloads trucks, stages them over there, hangs them up over there, and then loads the trucks that goes out in the morning? I'm the guy who touches them 4 times. And I got to worry about a 0.2% damage rate. I touched them 4 times. Who else in this place does that? That shit drove me crazy, man. That shit was like such a microscope, you know? I didn't like it. It's supposed to be, hey, you
There'd be
need to take this
that
job
was
because you're a
that
skilled
was the
warehouse manager.
that job was definitely the most cash I've ever seen anywhere. Like when you be in the bean room, the bean counters room, and you have the safe open sitting behind him, and it's all stacked full of cash. You were like, holy shit, that's like the most cash. You probably like you only see that maybe in a casino or something. Like that much cash on
Oh, in
hand
a
because so many
casino, yeah,
people
in a
pay with
casino
cash.
you'll see, yeah. In a casino or a bank, I suppose, you'll see a lot more than that, right?
Well, the reason there's so much cash is because these parents are sending their kids across the country, with just by themselves or whatever, and so they give them cash because they don't have bank accounts and debit cards. Most of them,
It's expendable, yeah, it's expendable to the kids, yeah.
right? So they just give them cash, and then they end up with piles of it there, and they all buy ice cream cones
Well,
and candy and whatever. They
if
got
if
it's a
you can
racket.
run it if you can run it properly and you think about it, any camp is probably a really big cash cow because you just tell them, hey, don't forget it to bring it to the camp bank and we'll convert it to camp bucks, and you can use camp bucks at any of our local camp locations, and you know what I mean. Like you already got their damn money, bro, and these kids are just running around with paper like fools. Get it all.
Yeah, it's like car wash tokens. They're worthless once you leave. They don't pay anywhere else because they're a weird size.
Yeah, what did he say? Something, seeing something like that was what? She will be 112 tomorrow.
What? Who? It's gonna be the temperature.
Holy moly! I can understand 107 in my mind. I don't really know about once it gets over 110. My
I've
mind,
been
like,
me and Gus were in like 125. Man, it was fucking. We were gonna die, bro. We were. We were doing really good. I was kicking ass. I was pulling them up a mountain pass. It wasn't even paved, just fucking rocks. Joshua trees and rocks and shit in the middle of the like desert, bro. The fucking Death Valley fucking shit. Fuck. And
damn,
then
man.
and then he got a flat on his thing, and so he couldn't carry our gear no more. And he couldn't walk on that ground, not even with socks taped to his feet. He wore the socks through and
Right.
shit, and he has blisters on his feet. He couldn't walk on that ground. It was too hot. Like we were doomed to go any farther. We had to turn back.
Right.
So we did. We turned back. Yep. Death Valley. And
And
that was in July. Hottest part of the fucking year.
right.
We're lucky
Right.
we lucky
How
we
many years
survived,
ago?
honestly.
How many
Like
years ago?
3 years ago or something. Yeah, about three
Oh, that's
years ago.
crazy. Because,
Yeah, we
like,
were lucky.
yeah, well, 2 years ago was the hottest July, man. I remember that shit so specifically, but obviously the year before wasn't even that much better. But dogs actually need
I
more
don't know.
water than you. Oh my gosh, I can
Maybe it
drink
was maybe
like
it was maybe it was 4 years ago. I can't remember. 3, 4 years ago. It's been a while. 3 years ago. Yeah, something like that.
I can drink and have in the summer like 6 or plus gallons a day. So a
Oh
dog
yeah. Well,
really, I don't know. I mean, can they really
I
do
would.
that?
We
I've
had
drank
we had a
6 plus.
cooler. We had a cooler, and we were hauling. I had how much? I had like 6 gallons of water in the little trailer that he was in. That was a covered like trailer for behind the bicycle, so he had shade. And every like few minutes, I was stopping and putting ice cubes on his head and shit, and trying to keep him cool, like putting that ice water on his head. over and over. I wasn't worried about me. I was worried about him. He was out there frying. You could see him. His little tongue was all out like, he was fucking dying, man. I was like, no, buddy, this ain't good.
Mm-mm. Nah, it's not good at all.
And then we walked like 50 miles that night,
Yeah.
going back the other way. We kept walking. It was like 11 something a.m. by the time we finally stopped walking.
Their whole killing system is in their mouth. That's why they stick their tongues out and keep it open. Like that. Yeah. Off grid. He's coughing back there, man. I gotta go.
What's up?
He's coughing back there. I gotta go.
Oh, you got to go inside. Your guy's getting tired.
Yeah, man. He's telling me to shut up.
Is it your light or just he doesn't like the noise at all?
It's the noise, yeah. Now the light's on the whole time, no problem. Yeah, yeah.
No, but I believe you.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just out there. So yeah, I gotta go,
You
man. I
should,
gotta let him
you,
go.
right? You should be like, tell him, I don't mind you staying there, but could you do a little bit of yard work for me or something if you wanna
I
keep
don't have
staying
a
there?
yard, man. I don't. He's living on the he's on the commercial building back there. I don't have a yard anyway because I live on the second floor. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah,
just he's out there in the corner. I gotta respect him because he's got nowhere to go. You know.
right.
And all he wants me to do is shut up at 11:30 or whatever it is. I don't know.
Is that he's like it's 11:30, bro. It's like, is that what he's saying?
Something like that. Something like that. And that's okay because I can plan to be inside too. It's just this time of year, obviously, I've been outside because I enjoy it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I'll probably just
Yes,
get going for tonight and talk to you soon.
right on. Have a good night, Joe. It's
My
good hanging out.
package made it out of the post office, which means it'll get to you. It's videotapes and there's some pumpkin seeds in there.
Right on.
Enjoy.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
Thanks.
See ya. Bye.